in GDP and support 15,000 jobs and $1.4 billion in annual wages. So for some perspective, this represents 7% of Bexar County's GDP and 2.5% of the total wages in our county. The project under consideration would include construction of a 2.5 million square foot facility to accommodate a new flexible production line manufacturing over 200,000 vehicles annually. They're planning to start construction by September of this year and be operational by 2030. This expansion is planned at their current location, and this image shows the land they have available. And while we've known an expansion of this caliber was a possibility, we've also known we'd have to compete for it. In connection with this project, Toyota plans to invest $2 billion and create 2,000 jobs. As part of this incentive package, we would require that the 2,000 jobs created would meet or exceed the Bexar County average wage, which is currently $32.36, and which will be indexed annually. Staff is recommending our wage expectations align with the Texas Enterprise Fund, which for this project is also being recommended. The Texas Enterprise Fund, it's a state program, and it consists of, and it includes total cash compensation rather than simply just base wages. In the advanced manufacturing industry, and specifically with a company like Toyota, shift differentials, overtime, and bonuses are significant, which is why this standard more accurately reflects the wages associated with these jobs. Our incentive policy also requires that 10% of abated taxes be reinvested into wraparound support for their employees in the form of child care, transportation, or workforce development, which they have committed to doing should we be selected for this investment. This incentive package recommended today was specifically developed to increase San Antonio's competitiveness for this investment. We're recommending a 10-year, 100% tax abatement with an estimated value of $88 million, along with $20 million for road improvement investments to connect the site to Highway 281 via a northeast entrance. This entrance is critical to mitigate the impact of the additional vehicle traffic associated with this project. Item number 6 on today's agenda authorizes an advanced funding agreement with TxDOT for delivery of this road improvement, and item 26 on the agenda would authorize debt to fund the improvement. This debt will be backed by anticipated growth in CPS revenues associated with the increased energy load for this project. And while TxDOT has committed to an aggressive timeline for delivery of this road, they cannot guarantee its completion prior to the plant being operational. So to improve more efficient access to the site in advance of the eastern entrance being available, we recommend additional infrastructure support for specific road improvements along the western entrance to the plant. These improvements will be funded through the Economic Development Incentive Fund, along with savings from infrastructure improvements associated with Project Iceberg, which resulted in the rear axle manufacturing facility. We're recommending ready-to-work support in the form of on-the-job training grants up to $8.25 million and incumbent worker grants up to $750,000. To access each $5,000 on-the-job training grant, Toyota would be required to hire a participant from the Ready to Work program. And we're also recommending $500,000 in city fee waivers, also to be funded from the Economic Development Incentive Fund. Aside from city-funded support, we're also recommending an E16 rider incentive, which is an economic development tool council can make available to significant power users. The estimated value of this discount is $16.2 million over 6 years. CPS will also be offering support in the form of additional infrastructure and for the project and a natural gas discount. And SAWS will also be offering infrastructure support and waive impact fees as noted on this slide. Item number 7 on today's agenda seeks approval of a resolution nominating this project to the Texas Enterprise Zone program, making them eligible for up to $3.75 million in state sales tax rebates. And lastly, due to the speed of the project, we're also recommending a single point of contact with Development Services. I'd like to take a few minutes to highlight some of the details on the impact this project could have in our community. The city's total incentive value is estimated at $122.1 million. However, we've estimated city tax revenues of $34.7 million during the 3 years of construction, during which time they will still be paying property taxes along with sales taxes for all of the construction. If you look 10 years after the abatement expires, we anticipate $92.4 million in property taxes and sales taxes to the city. So over the next 25 years, these revenues actually exceed our incentive costs. And as far as direct impact to residents, if we take the 2,000 jobs created, multiplied by the annual average wage, which is roughly $85,000, this project is anticipated to result in $178.8 million in wages into our community every year. And finally, the estimated economic impact for this project during the initial 3 years of construction is $3.2 billion, and then $7.6 billion annually once it's operational. So Mayor and Council, given the proven commitment Toyota has demonstrated to the San Antonio community and to position San Antonio to aggressively compete for this transformational investment opportunity, staff recommends approval and authorization of the various items included in this incentive package. And while this concludes my presentation, I'd like to invite Frank Voss, President of Toyota Texas, to share a few remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Alex, and good morning, Mayor Jones, council members, and city staff, as well as the community members who are here today. It's an honor to be here on behalf of the 3,700 team members of Toyota Texas, as well as our 23 on-site suppliers, some of whom are here in the room today, and there are 5,400 team members, to represent this exciting potential expansion right here in this community. For over 20 years, Toyota has been building something great in San Antonio, not just high-quality vehicles, but also careers and livelihoods for thousands of San Antonians. While our plant is proudly located on the south side and has been an important catalyst for the significant growth and development happening on that side of town, our team members and our suppliers' team members, the hardworking people assembling Toyotas, Tundras, and Sequoias every day, they live in every council district in this great city. And so we hope that between our people and the high-quality trucks and SUVs on the roads throughout this region and the philanthropic impact that we've made over the last 2 decades, especially in STEM and education, you feel that Toyota is for everyone, because it is. We extend our deep gratitude to City Manager Walsh and the Assistant City Manager team, the Economic Development Department, and many others for preparing a package that we hope will be competitive and help San Antonio win this project. And we thank each of you for your consideration of it. In return, we're excited for the potential impact that 2,000 more high-quality, stable jobs with Toyota paychecks will make in the lives of this community's citizens and our local economy for years to come. We're thankful for all the city's support at every step over the last 23 years. And we hope that if San Antonio is selected, it will be another once-in-a-generation investment that this entire city can be proud of and benefit from. Thank you for your partnership and for your support.
Mayor, one other thing I'll add before we move into questions. I just wanted to recognize and thank the entire city team that worked on this project, and you've heard some of the names, but it's far-reaching. And as you all sit there as council members and mayor, we also are the owners of the utilities. And I know Mr. Puente and his team are in the room, but SAWS and CPS spent a significant amount of time on this issue as well as our own Mike Ramsey, Mike Shannon in the Capital Delivery Departments, Art Reinhardt in Public Works, John Paterick, Ben Troy, and Margaret in the finance team, Ray Rodriguez and Laura Reyna in the City Attorney's Office, and of course Alfred and Brenda in the Economic Development Department, and really working as a team with our utilities, our utility partners, and Greater SATX. We were able to come to a point where we were able to bring this thing to you today for recommendation and hopefully good news in the future. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we have two individuals from the public that have signed up to speak on this item. Call them in the order that they have signed up. Jonathan Gerwitz, followed by Jack Finger.
Mayor and Council, as chair of the Public Policy Committee of the Greater San Antonio Chamber, I'm here today to express support for the proposed tax abatement agreement with Toyota Motor Manufacturing Texas, and to thank Toyota for its longstanding commitment to our community. For more than 2 decades, Toyota has been much more than an employer in San Antonio. The company has been a true community partner, investing not only in manufacturing, operations, but also in the people, organizations, and institutions that help our region thrive. Toyota's presence has helped establish San Antonio as a globally competitive manufacturing hub, supporting thousands of direct and indirect jobs and attracting suppliers, investment, and talent to our region. Their economic impact extends well beyond its facility, benefiting small businesses, families, and schools throughout our region. Just as important, Toyota has consistently demonstrated a commitment to corporate citizenship with volunteerism, charitable giving, workforce development partnerships, and support for educational initiatives. Today's actions support Toyota's continued investment in San Antonio while helping ensure our community remains competitive for future growth. Communities across the country are competing aggressively for advanced manufacturing investments, and tools such as tax abatements help position San Antonio as a place where world-class employers choose to expand, innovate, and create jobs. As we continue to diversify and strengthen our local economy, retaining and growing employers like Toyota is one of the most effective strategies for creating opportunities for economic prosperity and securing a strong future for generations to come. On behalf of the Greater San Antonio Chamber and our volunteer leadership, I want to thank Toyota for its enduring partnership and encourage City Council to support this agreement. We appreciate Toyota's confidence in San Antonio and look forward to continuing to grow together for many years to come. Thank you.
Jack Finger.
Madam Mayor, other members of the San Antonio City Council, for the record, my name is Jack M. Finger, and just for the record, I did sit out that invocation this morning. Toyota, how many years has it been in San Antonio? Well, at least 20 years. It has a big multi-billion-dollar plant down on the south side. To say that it's going to just up and leave San Antonio is to me, a little bit far-fetched. If I was born at night, it certainly wasn't last night. But we're about to find out how many of you were born last night. You know, we, in this big deal we have here, that's what the headline says, we're going to give away how many perks? City offers Toyota $142.7 million in perks. But for what? Okay, Mr. Audiovisual Man, put that on there, that bottom part right there. How many actual jobs is going to be new on this one? We talk about all the thousands of jobs that are there, but it says that will add more than 400 jobs. 400 jobs. I think that's the bottom line. Return the camera if you would. Now, I calculated, here, you can put that up there now. Maybe I'm just an amateur at this, but I counted 400 jobs into $88 million, and I said $220,000 per job. $220,000 per job. That on top of the 30-some-odd dollars each job is already providing. Is $220,000, does that seem like a little bit much to you? It does to me. So anyway, yeah, return the camera if you would. We are already going to give them all kinds of giveaways in road improvements, in, on-the-job training, and waivers, fee waivers, utility waivers, and so forth. But I noticed that we're going to give them a 10-year, 100% tax abatement. How many of our actual average mom-and-pop businesses here in town can get a commensurate type of tax abatement just like that? Do we ever give such? No. And here's one. It's that bottom, that second one there, second circulated area there. Yeah, if you can blow it up a little bit. An incumbent worker training grant in the maximum amount of $750,000 to upskill 150 existing employees. Return the camera if you would. Why don't they train their own employees on their own dime? We are already training them with the on-the-job training. Why are we giving them extra training? Why don't they do it themselves? Huh? Thank you.
Thank you for the public comment. We always appreciate that. Because that one was incorrect, however, I do want to make sure that the public that is paying a lot of attention to this understands the news article that he referenced a rear axle plant. That is not what we're talking about. That is an issue that has already been settled, and we look forward to those 400 new jobs coming. That does not have anything to do with what we are discussing today, but thank you for the public comment. Those are all the individuals that have signed up to speak on item 5. May I have a motion to approve items 5, 6, 7, and 26 so we may begin council discussion?
I make a motion to approve.
We'll now move on to council discussion. For clarity, because the numbers may be different for those that are paying attention, the reason we're talking about item 26, you saw in there a reference to a $20 million incentive. Item 26 speaks to a $25 million bond that we would have to pay, and that accounts for additional costs and interest potentially with having to pay that off. But those two things are related, but in case anyone was wondering why those numbers were different.
And Mayor, that's only if needed.
That's right.
It's only
That's
if
right.
needed. Yeah.
As needed, but they're related. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Munguia.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Alex, Brenda, and the team for all your work, and Frank and Melinda for being here, and also Sarah Greater SATX. You all have done an amazing job putting together a wonderful package that I think is going to be so beneficial, not just for my district or the south side of San Antonio, but regionally speaking. This is a huge investment for our community. And we've had a great long-standing relationship with Toyota ever since you guys came here, and I think it's just paid, the dividends are immeasurable. So I thank you for all the work that you've done. These are fantastic jobs. These are folks that, my parents grew up with that work there and are able to sustain a great family and a great sense of living for that. So I just thank you for all the work. This has been a lot of partners getting together, including SAWS and CPS pitching in, and I know there's always curveballs and last-minute things we have to figure out, but ultimately this is best, not just, again, for the south side, but the entire region of San Antonio, Bexar County, even south of us. A lot of folks that live outside the county benefit from these jobs as well. So thank you again for all your work. Thank you to the city, and I look forward to passing this and hopefully getting these jobs, and hope y'all will give me a tour once it's being built. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Aldrete Gavito.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex, for the presentation, and also definitely wanted to echo Alex and Brenda. Thank y'all for y'all's help in getting it to the finish line. Obviously, Sarah and Romanita with Greater SATX. As Councilman Munguia says, it truly is a partnership. Thank you, Frank, for your comments. Of course, Toyota has a great team. I see Melinda in the audience, too. But as you mentioned, Frank, I mean, there's so much that Toyota does to uplift our whole community. I mean, I see Rosa Santana, I see Jorge Herrera. There's so much success that spews out of Toyota, that goes into our community. I saw that y'all give $50 million in community donations alone last year. That tells us that you're invested here, that y'all are a partner with us, partner with our city. And so thank you for that. We know, all of us here on the dais and in this whole, in chambers, we all have the goal to reduce generational poverty, and economic development is our key to that goal. So we have to continue landing big projects like this. We have to continue doing the work. If we're going to truly uplift our city, this is the kind of wins it's going to take. So thank you so much for all of the partnership. Thank you to SAWS and CPS for their willingness to work here. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you. Toyota has been a cornerstone employer on San Antonio's South Side. Toyota has maintained a manufacturing presence in San Antonio for approximately 23 years since its establishment and 20 years since production began, redirecting sustained investment in the future of our city. This company, Toyota, has demonstrated a long-term commitment to San Antonio's workforce and community. With this today, you continue to show that you have confidence in San Antonio's manufacturing capabilities. Toyota's presence in San Antonio represents one of the most significant economic development success stories in our city's history and serves as a model for how strategic investment can transform an entire region. You've been more than an employer. This has been more than an employer. They have been an anchor institution that has attracted investment, strengthened workforce development efforts, and created pathways to economic opportunity for generations of families. We saw base closures come, impacting the middle class of the South Side, the South and the West side of San Antonio. With Toyota's arrival, we had opportunity again. And this is what it has been since it has established its operations. A $4.7 billion investment from private sectors, making it one of the largest ever made in this city, that says we believe in San Antonio, that we've helped position the South Side as a nationally recognized manufacturing and logistics hub, enhancing San Antonio's reputation as a premier destination for advanced manufacturing. We know we're going into a competition. As stated, other people want advanced manufacturing. But what you have here, what we have here is a community. It's more than just a company. We must continue to support responsible economic growth and infrastructure. And I am so excited that this opportunity comes along with this new council and mayor, because it doesn't always come along. The former councilwoman, Rebecca Villagran, and we knew what land Toyota had. And as we went as sisters to events, we would ask, what are you going to do next? What are you going to do next? What's coming next? And the opportunity for the rear axle plant came with our last council. And that was exciting to see that kind of growth. And now you have the opportunity, City of San Antonio and this council, to continue to look at the improvements with a public-private partnership that allows employers like Toyota to expand and succeed. Strong infrastructure is one of the most important factors companies consider when deciding where to invest. By making these improvements today, San Antonio is positioning itself to compete for future employers. Infrastructure is key. Road infrastructure is important, and the improvements to roads and transportation networks help reduce congestion, improve safety, and enhance mobility for residents and businesses throughout the area. The continued growth of Toyota is not only a victory for the South Side and District 3, but it's a victory for the entire city of San Antonio and the state of Texas. It strengthens our economy, supports our local businesses, our state businesses, expands employment opportunities, and reinforces our position as one of the nation's leading manufacturing centers. I remain committed to working alongside Toyota, its community stakeholders, and everyone involved. And today I am excited that the City Council of San Antonio gets to also say and commit to work alongside Toyota. At this point, I would like to enter others that have indicated their support, and that's letters of support from the Alamo Community College District and the South Texas Business Partner into the record. So thank you so much. I look forward to the next steps. I know this is a beginning of the process, but as we move forward, understand that the City of San Antonio and the community of San Antonio understands and recognizes the efforts you've put in, and in return, you have always understood and recognized the value of the people of San Antonio, their abilities, and the workforce that we have here. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Mesa Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Toyota, for being here today, and to all city staff and Greater SATX that helped bring this together, as well as SAWS and CPS. And folks have said this, and you'll hear it after I talk, that Toyota has been a great partner for the last 20 years. And so I look forward to supporting this item today. Just a couple of clarifying questions for the public, because it's such a huge investment. For Alex, the $20 million of self-supporting debt, what specific revenue stream did you say was pledged to service?
The additional CPS revenue that will be generated through this project.
And is there a reoccurring annual cost to our general fund operating budget at all?
For that debt, no. That's why it's all being included in that item 26.
Wonderful, thank you. I think, for more than 20 years, Toyota has been a strong partner. Its presence has helped bring other manufacturers, including Navistar and JCB, to the same part of the city. And I think we can expect a significant new investment like this from Toyota to signal to other major employers that our city has the resources, the talent, and the vision to be a reliable and effective city to do business with. This investment represents a strong return for our residents. Toyota is looking at roughly a $2 billion in private investment set against a city package of about $142 million. That's a close to $14 of private investment for every public dollar we commit. Just as important, I think most of our share is not cash out the door. It is revenue we only forego once the $2 billion is actually built. And in return, we gain a permanent expansion of our tax base and a forever revenue stream that continues long after these incentives have ended. I think that's extremely important to note as our residents are watching what the votes that we take today. So again, I want to thank city staff, Greater SATX, SAWS, CPS, obviously Toyota, our local partners that I see in the room today. Thank you for your commitment to this city. I've known a lot of you folks for a long time, and the commitment is clear, and I think you love this city just as much as we all do, so thank you. So again, thank you for considering San Antonio, Toyota. Thank you for considering San Antonio for an investment of this scale. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember White.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be brief. Very excited about this. Having Toyota here in San Antonio for the last 23 years has been a huge win for our city. And the fact that we can do this today and allow Toyota to expand and hire more of our citizens, again, another win for our people. We talk all the time about creating jobs for our citizens, good paying jobs. We talk about bringing revenue into our city. We know the budget issues that we're having here right now, and so how do we bring more revenue into San Antonio, into this region, help us do all the other things that we want to do? It's things like this. So I want to say thank you to Toyota. Thank you to this council for being so supportive of this. This is a win for our city. This is a win for our people. And I look forward to seeing all the great things the city of San Antonio and Toyota can do together moving forward. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaur.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank city staff, Greater SATX, the EDD department for all of your work and all the additional folks that Eric mentioned put their hard work into this. Greater SATX, Sarah and your team, you've done an amazing job, and we've loved getting the opportunity to work with you on this. To the Toyota team, I want to say thank you for your investment into Ready to Work. Ready to Work is, I think, a very unique program that has the potential to do so much for our community. I actually had the chance to meet a son of a mom who works at Toyota as a part of the Ready to Work program. And that son has graduated from high school from Jefferson, is in college right now, starting his own business. And so as the Ready to Work program was intended, it's truly changing generational lives. So I want to thank you guys for the work that you have done in investing in our adult community that needs the opportunity to upskill. I also want to thank you for all of the investment that you've given into our community at large. I had a chance to talk with one of your leaders at the Gemini Inc. luncheon last year in front of the SA Book Festival. And that book festival, although one of the ones that is potentially on the chopping block from the trial budget, has really changed lives for a lot of kids. And you all continue to invest in the community. I also hope what you hear today is a group of folks that really believe in your company and that has continued to invest in you all as you have continued to invest in us. This body really appreciates everything that you have done. I wasn't on the council, obviously, when you guys first came to the city, but now having been able to vote for the 2024 rear axle plant and potentially this one today, it's an honor to be able to do that. It's an honor to be able to work alongside of you guys to support our community and jobs for our community. I also hope what you see is that in a time where we are having really tough conversations after this with a trial budget that's in potentially a deficit, we still believe in you and believe in your organization and are willing to double down on our investment. So when you're considering those potential other cities, just remember that we really want you all here. And regardless of the conversations that happen after this, this is a body that is going to do their due diligence, is going to make sure we get the best deal for our residents. And right now we believe that is doubling down on you all. So our conversations after this do not mean that there is a disbelief in our infrastructure, that we cannot handle what you all need. It is a sign that we really are going to do our diligence on every item, and on this one, we feel confident that we have, and this is a great package that we hope you will accept. So thank you all for your investment again, and thank you to the team for everything that you've done. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Spears.
Thank you, Mayor. It's hard to add to this because you can tell we're all just so excited about it, myself included. But thank you again to city staff, Greater SATX, Mike, our Economic Development Department, all of your hard work. I know it takes a lot of work to get this accomplished. So great job. Toyota, you've just been a strong corporate partner, and it's been 20 years. I can't believe that. But, you know, it's not lost on me. I have a family friend that works at Toyota, and that opportunity changed the trajectory of his life for himself, for his wife, and his 2 kids. So on a personal note, I'm grateful for that. But, you know, I often talk about the need to attract new businesses to San Antonio, but I also believe showing how we retain and expand our world-class employers already operating here is equally or more important. And you've been a trusted partner for decades, and we're very fortunate to have you here. 2,000 jobs is significant. It's a huge impact to our community in an area that needs it the most. And we're just truly grateful for you having the foresight and how that will impact San Antonio. You've already demonstrated a great commitment to San Antonio, and it goes far beyond our operations, and it's through your workforce initiatives, education partnerships, and community involvement that the company has become a part of the fabric of our city. as you continue to expand, it's creating opportunities not just within the plant, but through the broader supply chain. And that's not lost on me. It's opportunity for so many locally to support additional employers and our small businesses here, and economic activity through our whole region. So I just think it creates things for our residents and strengthens our workforce in a way that we can't accomplish on our own. So we're grateful for that. I appreciate your confidence in San Antonio, and I'm excited about the opportunities this investment creates for all of us and our workforce and the future generations. I also want to shout out to TxDOT, Bexar County, and the city staff for their willingness to partner on this program, this project. It's this kind of collaboration is how we tackle our biggest transportation challenges. So thank you for that. TxDOT has been a tremendous partner in San Antonio, and I really appreciate their continued investment in our infrastructure that supports our growing community. Good infrastructure is not just about moving cars, it's about connecting people to jobs, supporting economic growth, and improving the quality of life. And I think it's this long-term thinking behind this effort and the commitment to evaluating solutions that serve our community for decades to come that we really have to appreciate. We've seen firsthand how important state transportation investments are to San Antonio and the region and to Bexar County, and I look forward to our strong partnership with them. This is just a great example of what can happen when a company sees value and continues to invest in San Antonio. I appreciate so much all this hard work that's gone into this. I know this has taken a lot. So thank you again. And it's encouraging to see a company of Toyota's size and reputation continue to choose San Antonio. I'm really happy to support this item, and I look forward to seeing what this next phase of growth brings.
Thank you. Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, and thank you, Alex, for the presentation. I just wanted to emphasize the hard work of your team, and then, of course, all the organizations and partners in this very large project, and, of course, for being quick to respond to a handful of questions that my team had on very short notice. So just thank you to your team for y'all's due diligence, and, of course, getting back to my team and I with those questions. There were a couple of components within this agreement that I wanted to uplift, particularly Toyota's commitment to pay 100% of the additional 2,000 full-time employees entry wage of at least $32.36 an hour, with that wage being indexed to account for future wage growth. So really grateful to see that. I'm also pleased that the agreement includes requirements that safety programs for the construction on-site to include the OSHA 10 safety courses and the programs that will also address heat-related illnesses. And these were changes to the incentive program that my team worked alongside labor and your team, Alex, to ensure that we can include this in any future incentive agreement. So grateful to see that applied to this proposal. Further, the city's tax abatement agreement with Toyota includes a commitment from Toyota to include 10% of its annual tax abatement value towards wraparound services each year. And I understand the agreement supports community priorities that were identified in 2024 and approved by council. But I'm hopeful that as part of the focus, Toyota and the city of San Antonio will continue to strengthen a local justice-involved employment program, such as the one with Toyo Tetsu, a Toyota supplier, and that they currently run. So hopeful that that's a program that can be strengthened and also tied to this project as well. Providing support for local high-quality child care providers who offer affordable, high-quality care to working families, and I know that is a priority for you all. And then, of course, increase the company's support to career training education program with our local ISDs. And I'm grateful to see the work that's taking place with Somerset ISD and their trades program and their CTE programs, rather, but to continue to strengthen those partnerships with our ISDs. The agreement requires the wraparound support plan at least 60 days prior to the first year of the abatement term, with investment completed by December 2031. And I understand this is an agreement that will then require staff approval. But my ask to Eric is if when this agreement comes forward, if it can come with the chair's agreement to EWDC, that we can review what those expectations are for council discussion and consideration.
Sure, absolutely, Councilwoman.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And again, to emphasize what my colleagues have already highlighted, that we know that Toyota's commitment to the community is strong, and that's evident in the investment in education, community, quality wages and benefits to our community members. And then I wanted to highlight one of the programs, y'all's Driving Possibilities program with the East Central ISD. And that made, and also the additional donation of $70,000 to the Alamo Communities College Foundation to support STEM students and their training programs at Palo Alto and St. Phillips as part of the Toyota experience. So grateful and looking forward to the proposed plan and revisiting what those wraparound services can look like. And again, just wanted to emphasize the work of Alex and her team, because I had a handful of questions and they got back to me because I was particularly interested in the E16 rider, the additional megawatts that would potentially bring on board. So I appreciate the team answering those questions. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to everyone for your work on this. Thank you, Mr. Voss, for being here. It means a lot that you're here today. I want to convey to you that I am a natural no vote on incentive packages, and I have to be convinced. It's not easy to get me to agree to some of these major incentives, and I want you to understand the weight with which I view items like this. And I'll start by conveying the challenge that's been alluded to that we have and what makes this vote such a significant decision by this council. We are, as many know, navigating a budget deficit in which our revenue is not keeping pace with our expenses. And naturally, there are two primary ways to address this. It's by significantly increasing our revenue through either the property tax, sales tax, or utility contributions, which poses a challenge as many face economic hardship and many can't afford to spend much more money on bills. The second way is to decrease expenses by cutting city programs, which poses its own challenge as constituents rely on these services and these programs that have high expectations of service from us, and the cutting of departments often means job cuts, and that's more people losing income and facing financial uncertainty. And so we're going to be navigating that conversation in just a few minutes. And so I view these incentive packages with scrutiny, and I want to be sure that the number of jobs created and their wages and every other community benefit that we negotiate will in fact outweigh what we are asking our constituents at the end of the day to contribute to the deal. And so speaking generally about any deal, will the jobs generated be associated with greater home ownership that increases our property tax base, or will the wages be enough for the employees to be able to spend enough to significantly increase our sales tax revenue? And will both of those outweigh the property taxes that we're abating for a corporation of this size? Will the capital projects that we spend millions of dollars on take from other much needed infrastructure projects? And I appreciate the slide that demonstrates when these benefits begin to manifest during construction, once employees are hired, and post-abatement. My challenge for future deals, as you navigate many of those, right, will be how do we make some of those benefits occur faster? And I would also like to establish a longer-term master plan that shows us what combination of economic incentive packages and what quantity should we be aspiring to in order to significantly increase our revenue so that we aren't year after year balancing a budget in deficit. That being said, I'm going to vote yes on today's incentive package because I feel everyone involved has done a great job negotiating beyond our expectations. Many of the benefits, including the capital investment, the jobs created, and the wages, especially an entry wage above $32 an hour, is, these are phenomenal and aren't very common. And Toyota has been a strong partner and one of the major employers choosing to invest in our residents. I tell my constituents in my district all the time that the reason that we don't have the grocery stores, the movie theaters, the amenities, and the investment of private corporations and developers in our district is that they don't see the value in our community until we've been gentrified and new residents move in, new people that they deem worthy move into our district. And you can't force people to invest in communities that they don't care about or believe in. And so those industries, employers, and companies that do choose to invest in you, you value them. And so I appreciate the partnership that we've had with Toyota over the past 20 plus years. And this is us as an organization investing in you and in your success. And as you contemplate any number of cities willing to have you at the table, our hope is that you continue to choose and invest in us. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Would anyone else like to speak on the second round? Okay, great. Thank you, Alex, for the presentation. Thank you as well to all the community partners that that got us to this day. It's a lot of work, and yes, as been described, this was a little bit of a start and stop, right? Over a year ago, I guess, is before many of us were in the seat, actually, this was discussed, and so now we're here today. 2,000 jobs is certainly something to be very excited about, especially when you think about a company that is that has the reputation that Toyota does. I do, as alluded to by my colleague, want to make sure the public has sufficient transparency in terms of what we are doing here, though. Alex, can you clarify for everybody the exception that we made on the wages front?
So typically, our incentive policy asks that we look at simply base wages. And we do index that amount annually. It's roughly $25 right now. But in particular, for jobs like these, a lot of advanced manufacturing jobs, there is a lot of cash compensation associated with shift differentials, with overtime, and bonus. So we wanted to use a formula that included that compensation to be more comprehensive and accurate.
Great. Thank you, Alex. And just to put a finer point on it, we were comfortable with making the exception because with the base wages and in accordance with our policy, we get there after 6 months. Correct, Alex? Okay, thank you. Additionally, some may be wondering about the incumbent worker training program, which many of us were excited to kill, and how that is still included here. And that is because that was included in the previous package. And again, wanting to be as successful as possible, we decided it was in the best interest of this deal and our competitiveness to go ahead and include that. So that is why that is still there. I think for us, there's also been a very important lesson here in terms of the 10% investment of the abatement. When you see there, it really speaks to the city's investment. Unfortunately, due to Texas code, we were not able to account for SAW's and CPS's contribution as part of that. So that is something I've talked to Councilman McKee Rodriguez about including in our ledge agenda because that is us leaving roughly $6.3 million on the table because we could not account for that. We could not rather count that toward the 10% that would have gone into things, as mentioned by some of my colleagues, like childcare and some of the other wraparound services that would have contributed to the quality of life of the employees. So that is a lesson learned for us. I do, as mentioned, Councilwoman Kaur alluded to certainly connecting this topic with an item that we will discuss shortly. I remember, as the Undersecretary of the Air Force, we would make our basing decisions with great care. And one of those, not only would that environment support operations, but how would that location also support quality of life. And certainly this is not a done deal. We're thankful, Frank and team, to where we are now, grateful for the feedback by U.S. and Japanese leadership that is, again, encouraged by what the city has done. And I certainly don't want us to trip over ourselves or step on our own feet as a result of sending any mixed signals about our ability to well manage and invest in the infrastructure that you need, not only when your employees are at work, but certainly when they're at home. When they're at home, they also at home need clean drinking water. They need their toilets to flush, all those things. And so we need to make sure that we are thinking strategically, certainly about this investment, but also the connectedness to the rate increase that we will consider here shortly with our water system. Okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Hearing no further items, please vote. Sorry? You good? The motion carries. We're going to take a 15-minute recess. Good morning. The time is 11:10, and we are back from recess. Item 8 is a briefing on the FY27 trial budget. Staff, over to you.
Mayor, thank you. Freddie, as Freddie goes up to the podium, this is a continuation of the conversation that we had a couple weeks ago at the council budget work session, which was a great conversation, and we're thankful for the feedback we received from you. We're bringing back to you today a trial budget and some recommendations, but also trying to answer some of the questions from the work session. And so looking forward to today's conversation. The next steps for us would be the development of the proposed budget that I would deliver to you on August 13th. So we've got about a little under 2 months to kind of finalize. We are still dealing with some of the challenges, and several of you pointed them out earlier already at the council meeting. Freddie will cover those high level, and we'll walk through where we're at with the trial budget and the recommendations. Go ahead, Freddie.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Freddie Martinez, and I'm the Budget Director for the City of San Antonio. In today's trial budget presentation, we'll include a recap of the goal-setting session from May 22nd at the Convention Center. We'll talk about the 27 trial budget and a little bit on the next steps in the budget process that the manager just alluded to. Just a couple things on the trial budget. Just a reminder, it's not a budget yet. We'll come back in August with the proposed budget. So it's just a preliminary allocation of resources. However, unlike the 5-year forecast that we did last month, we're focusing on the 2-year plan for FY27 and FY28. We build on those assumptions that were included in the 5-year forecast that what we presented last month. And in addition, we've incorporated the City Council feedback and discussion that occurred at the goal-setting session last month. Today's trial budget will also give an opportunity for the Mayor and Council to provide additional feedback so that we can take that back, as the manager mentioned, over the next roughly 2 months and produce a proposed budget that will be presented to you on August the 13th. Just a recap of the goal-setting session from May 22nd. So we have City Council priorities as identified and community priorities that were identified as part of the budget survey conducted by Communications and Engagement. On the City Council side, you can see priorities included public safety, which include police, fire, and animal care services, infrastructure for streets and sidewalks, human services, which include services for seniors, housing and homeless services, and then finally parks, community spaces, and library. On the right there of the slide, you'll see that the community priorities were, for the most part, in line with what the council priorities are, and those included homeless services, affordable housing, police services, streets, and then fire and EMS. Also, during the goal-setting session, we provided a program inventory analysis for 21 general fund departments. The analysis included a program inventory for about $1.55 billion, which is about 92% of the $1.69 billion general fund budget. Of these amounts, about $1.1 billion, or 72%, were considered mandated city services, of which 39.8% of those were priority city services. Of the other 427, roughly $1 million, 27.6 are for non-mandated city services, of which 12.4% of those are for priority city services. Moving on to the trial budget. So the recommendation today is we recommend the use of a property tax increase that utilizes the unused increment as well as the state allowed revenue growth so that we can maintain our operations. I do want to point out that any property tax increase will not affect our seniors or disabled, which accounts for about 46% of our homesteads. For the rest of us, that property tax increase as presented in the trial budget would equate to about $6.75 a month. I just want to reiterate what you've heard in the past, that the property tax roll is not final. That won't happen until the end of July. So the Finance Department, Budget, and City Leadership will continue to work on those numbers, and you'll see those as part of the proposed budget in August. The trial budget maintains mandated city services as well as priority city services. You'll see in some of the preceding slides potential reductions to other city services. And then we also have some potential adjusted and new revenues that I'll walk you through here in a second. Overall, for our 27 trial budget, this will include the recommended property tax increase using the unused increment as well as the 3.5% revenue growth. But before that, at the current tax rate, based on our current information from the appraisal district, we're projecting that our base property values would decline, resulting in an approximately $8.2 million or $1.7 million reduction to property tax revenue. The next row would be the property tax rate increase that we're recommending with the 3.5%, as well as the unused increment, which would generate about $53.8 million over 2 years, or actually for next year, excuse me. And then our sales tax, we're projecting a modest 2% increase in sales tax from 416.7 to 425. CPS revenue, we are, as part of the trial budget, projecting a slight 2% decrease, or about $11 million from the FY26 estimate of $559 million. And then finally, we do have a small 0.8% decrease in other revenues. And I'll explain the new revenues here in a sec, but we are including in the trial budget for 27 $9.8 million worth of potential new and adjusted revenues. So here are the potential fee adjustments used to obtain cost recovery. In total, over 2 years, they total $21.9 million, and so that's included in the trial budget. They include such items such as our EMS transport fee. The proposal at this point would be to go from $1,500 of transport to $1,700 of transport, which would generate a little over $5 million over 2 years. Make adjustments to our fire prevention fee revenues that go to the general fund, about 2.6 over 2 years, and also make some adjustments to our fire hazardous material fees. Next would be another potential increase to the parks environmental fee. It's currently $2, and the proposal here would be to go to $2.50 over 2 years, so $2.25 per month in 27, and then $2.50 per month in 28, which generates $2 million in 27 and $4 million in 28. We also have a proposal included in the trial budget for a library non-San Antonio resident fee of $10 annually, and we anticipate that would generate about $1 million a year. Another line that's new there that you'll see is to obtain additional cost recovery for city support for Fiesta events. So these will include the general fund expenditures that are allocated for events in Fiesta, like parades and other events that are taking place during the celebration. So doing that cost share with those organizations would generate about 1.4 over 2 years. And finally, we have a couple other adjustments. We'll be looking at credit card fees, waste hauler permits, and one other thing that we're going to be doing this summer is that we're going to be working with all departments to try to identify additional sources of revenue, looking at rates and other revenues that haven't been fee adjusted in quite some time, where we're not anywhere near cost recovery or at cost recovery. But we'll bring those back to you during the proposed budget in August. This next slide talks about the anticipated general fund increase in expenditures that is included in the trial budget. As you can see, compensation and employee benefits are going to be the major cost drivers, and they're accounting for about $83 million of this $105.7 million increase. We also have some mandated costs of $10.8 million. This includes operations and maintenance for some of our 22 bond projects that are coming online, our parks and linear creekway development, and as well as some grant matches. And then we have other categories such as inflationary costs, contractual increases, technology, equipment, building maintenance, fuel. All those put together total about $23.6 million. And currently in the trial budget, we're anticipating a requirement of $11.7 million in reductions to balance the 2-year budget. I talked a little bit earlier about the property tax increase, the $58.3 million. Our proposal would be to use those dollars to partially pay for some of the increases in our public safety. So you'll see collective bargaining and health care benefits in our public safety section is $55 million. Civilian comp mandated costs are about, and inflationary and contractual increases are between $4 and $5 million. And then there's other costs for equipment, building, technology, and other costs that are included as part of that $80 million projected increase in our public safety budgets. So this slide illustrates our trial budget. I'll call your attention to the top of the slide. The projected resources, so you'll see a note there that this does not include any of the reductions that we had in the 2-year plan or any revenue enhancements. So we would be facing a deficit in 28 of $157.7 million. So the strategies to balance our budget over 2 years would be, as I mentioned, to utilize the property tax use of the unused increment, as well as the state allowed revenue growth of 3.5%. New revenues that we've identified that were on the previous slide will total $21.9 million over 2 years. And then we would also have to do reductions of about $23.4 million over 2 years. And then you see there's a number because of the increases and decreases that you see above. We would have to adjust our financial reserves to maintain our 15% that's required under our financial policies. What we also heard at the goal setting session last month is like, what would it look like if there was no property tax increase and we had to cut our way out of the deficit? Just keep in mind, this is not what we're recommending today, but this is just kind of a look at what those potential cuts would look like. So currently, we're doing comprehensive budget reviews with the library, municipal court, police, fire, and human resources. So we're anticipating at this point to generate about $3.6 million annually in savings, or 7.2. There's also some street maintenance programming in the general fund that's eligible for debt that we can transfer to the capital budget. And we're also doing a detailed line item review with all departments across the city, kind of part of our new hybrid budget methodology that we're doing. So we're taking a look at that, and between those two, we think we can save about $16 million over 2 years. Next, there are 46 vacant positions across approximately 15 general fund departments. They're not critical positions, non-critical positions is what we're looking at. They're vacancies, not anything really vacant currently. I mean, not currently, but from the last couple of months, these are things that have been vacant 6 months to a year mostly. So we think we can generate about a little under $8 million in savings there. We would propose a hiring freeze, pick up $1 million in 27 and $2 million in 28. We're also working on some department reorganizations. Overall, we anticipate that we could save $7.9 million if we did those. It would affect approximately 46 positions, however. Under that delegate agency discretionary funding, there's a portion of our delegate agency funding that's for discretionary contracts. So as part of this proposal or this scenario, we would forego those $4.9 million in discretionary to those nonprofit partners that participate in delegate agency funding. The biggest number on here, or the two biggest numbers are what's left, is going to be, we have looked at the program inventories and identified some program service level reductions. These are across several general fund departments. As you can see there, it does impact a lot of positions. Now, we're still in the process, and we'll work over the summer to, if we need to go through this route, to work with the departments, work with leadership to determine the impacts that we would have to city services if we were to reduce some of these or all of these programs. So we would come back to you in August with some of those. Finally, to achieve and to mitigate the deficit without a property tax increase, we would need to forego civilian compensation increases in FY27 as well as FY28. And so all told, those cuts would add up to about $138 million, and there would be 209 positions affected if we were to go down this scenario and do these changes. So next steps, what we're seeking for today is City Council input on the staff recommendation. Just as a reminder, that includes increase in the city property tax rate, the new and adjusted revenues that were presented today, as well as any potential reductions that were listed today. And as a reminder, once again, we'll go back and we're going to work with the budget team, departments, and executive leadership to produce a proposed budget that will be presented by the city manager on August the 13th. So, Mayor and Council, that concludes the presentation. I believe I'll turn it back over to Eric.
Yep, thank you, Freddie, for the presentation. So, I mean, I think the early work that we've done in the spring, the very good conversation you all had as a group at the work session today, puts us in a great position to balance the budget over the next 2 years. And there are multiple pieces of the game on the table here. Just a reminder that the thing that's kind of balancing the balancing piece for me is that just generally, agnostically, our expenses are growing faster than revenues. So we need to do both things. We need to decrease our expenses and increase revenue where we have an opportunity. And as you heard from Freddie, just based on the last 2.5 weeks worth of work, we've identified about $22 million over the next 2 years of new and adjusted revenue. I think both property tax elements that we've talked about, both up to the 3.5% state allowed and the use of the increment, an impact of $6.75. But those two are very different, right? If we use one and rather than the other, if the increment is valued, is going to have a potential impact of $3.66 per month on a household. The 3.5% has a $3.08 per month impact. And then the reductions that Freddie laid out on slide 12, there's a lot of things on there that we're going to need to do regardless, or that we should do regardless. The comprehensive budget reviews that we've done this year of police, fire, municipal court, human resources, and library, regardless of which path we take, you are going to see those reductions, because that's why we go through that effort, is to identify the efficiencies. We're going to take every opportunity to take dollars out of our operating budget and move them into capital to save operating dollars. We started that 2 years ago. We did some of that this year. What Freddie laid out to you is kind of the last piece that's remaining in the general fund, and we're going to take advantage of that. We have 217 vacant positions in the general fund right now, and you saw on the slide we're going to be recommending we eliminate 45, 46 of those positions. That's okay to do, because I think we've got to ebb and flow and bring our expense rate down. And I'll just echo what Freddie said. A lot of the work that we're going to need to do over the next 2 months is make sure we're communicating to you all and ultimately to the public what those reductions mean in terms of service impacts. And we will focus reductions not in the mandated city service category and not in the priority city service category, but in that third category of all the other things that we're doing, kind of like we've done over the last 2.5 weeks. So appreciate the work of the budget office and the executive staff to get prepared for today. So I hand it back over to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate the presentation, Freddie. A couple of clarifying points. Thankful for our CPS revenue, which is at this point the greatest contributor, right, to the budget. We see that going down, though, from 1 year to the next. Just for the public's benefit, could you please explain why that happens?
Yes, and if you recall last month when we did the 5-year forecast and the goal setting, we picked up in the estimate the CPS revenue because of milder weather, off-system sales that CPS Energy is producing, selling, that our ratepayers are not paying for. They're selling that energy out into the market. So we're a little bit more conservative with those off-system sales and not considering the same type of weather patterns that we do. So it's $11 million is a lot, but it's about 2% of that $559 million estimate.
My understanding, there's also a tax credit.
Yeah, there was also a nuclear tax credit that CPS received from the federal government that it had never happened before, and we're not banking that it's going to happen forever.
Okay. Wanted to provide that clarity. Thank you. Do we have anybody here from our ledge team, maybe Sally or Jeff, if you want to speak to it? Man, Jeff, they gave you the cheap seats, man.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning. Can you talk to us a little bit about the risk associated with potentially not taking the increment left? I.e., what has that looked like in the previous legislative session? What can we expect for us to understand? Is there a risk of us losing it if we don't take it now?
It rolls away. It's 3 years, right? So after the third year, that increment is gone. So it's a use it or lose it in the law. It came about because when the legislature lowered the rollback rate from the previous 8% to 3.5%, a lot of government entities, including ours, said 3.5% is something we can live within, but we will never capture the ups and we'll always deal with the downs, meaning property values are up during a hot real estate market, they're above 3.5%, we can't capture that revenue, but if it's below that 3.5%, we have to live within that. And so the legislature said, we're going to add this increment model to it so that you can tap into the unused property taxes when you've voluntarily kept your rate below the state allowed number, and apply that to sort of smooth out the ups and downs of the real estate market. So it's there today. Obviously, anything can change at the legislature in terms of your question about risk, but that tool is there for cities to be able to balance out the ups and downs.
And Mayor, there were in previous legislative session. Stay up there, Jeff, for a second to correct me. But we have it on both ends because in the last legislative session there was a bill that almost got to the finish line that reduced 3.5 to 2.5, and then there was discussions and bills that would eliminate that increment that is there for the reason Jeff just explained. So there will be a risk in future legislative sessions.
That's exactly right. I think the one thing I would add is that the legislature had always seen it as this is local control that local officials have. We're giving you the ability to adjust your rate to draw the amount of revenue you need. We just don't want it to go up uncontrolled without any changes to the rate, if that makes sense.
Yep, got it. Thank you. Appreciate that. And just for plain speak for the public that's watching, one of the recommendations is transferring items from our operational budget to the debt. That essentially means not paying for it with cash today, but putting it on our credit card. Correct, Eric?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. But we don't have a credit card that does that, just so that the public understands.
Too bad somebody already submitted the ORR. Okay. Councilwoman Viagran.
Thank you for the presentation. This budget is of course, I knew was on the horizon after COVID and ARPA. I didn't know it would come in this time where we would be in military conflicts around the world, which we should not be in, but that's another conversation. So to go to the last slide where you want input from seeking slide 13, increasing city property tax rate. Yes, I am for using the unused increments and seeing where we can do that. In terms of new revenues, I think we need to look at our permitting process. I think we have opportunities there with garage sale permits, with permits of all the vendors that line up Southwest Military Drive, and that. So I think we need to look at that. And then with the reductions, I think we do need to look at our departments and spend this summer right-sizing just our commodities and our contracts and what we need, what can be done in-house, what do we need to use our on-call for, doing that in a timely manner. I think that's the opportunity we have. When we talk about our economic ecosystems and we talk about our budget, I want to be clear that a household budget is not a city budget, which is not a business budget. So what I'm going to do for my summer project is I am going to work with my community stakeholders, and I'm so glad so many of the businesses are out here, to do maybe a really budget workshop with the residents of District 3, where they come in together, they look at their household budget, and while the city gets their right size, that maybe we in our own homes look at how we right size our commodities and our subscriptions and things like that. So I look forward to seeing my residents in my field office this summer for that. But what I would like, and if we can go to slide 6, before I have that workshop, if we could pull up slide 6, the trial budget, is we have that $675 per month on average homestead, but do I have a percentage? So if residents are doing a worksheet and they know their house is pretty small, pretty old, maybe only, their tax, it's worth $80,000. That happens on the south side. What would their increase look like?
So with the increment and the 3.5%, it's about a 6% increase.
A 6%?
And that's using the average homestead.
Okay, so that's the one thing I'd like them to see is, like, if I know my property taxes are going to go up 6%. What does that look like monthly? So thank you for that. The other thing is, I think we do need to look at our seniors and disabilities, those living with disabilities, and making sure they're using the tax freeze. And I look forward to working with the county on that as we take that information out. For me, this really is. I don't want to cut any staff. I can understand hiring freezes, and I know we have vacant positions, but I'm okay with the hiring freeze. But if we go to the slide 11 with the or no, it's 11 or 12. Filled positions, vacant positions. I don't like the idea of putting any of our employees out there looking for a job when we know, I know in District 3 alone, we need, there are departments that are understaffed. So before we do that, and I want to make sure that where we're needed and the departments that were needed in terms of the hiring freeze, that we do that before we start looking at reductions that eliminate filled positions. And that 68 is problematic for me. The 44s, they're all public. Anything that has a filled position where we're looking at cutting because we need to make our budget, I feel like the quality of service. And no civilian compensation increase, that's unacceptable. We can ask the residents of San Antonio, everything is going up in price. We can ask them to increase that so they can increase their property tax to maintain the quality of service that they have, and to ask our civilians to take on more responsibility, but we're not going to give you just a simple living wage increase is problematic. And that would include LGC employees also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, that is problematic. So that is why I think this conversation where if the property tax rate is not increased, where we're going to do this, and then again, if you bring me something where we're going to cut projects, we have to use an equity lens and a safety lens where we're cutting projects. And that is also, if we don't increase the property tax, then we're going to have to do it from projects that are flood projects, that are sidewalk projects, that are street projects that need to be done. And what I would need is, if this body cannot give you alternatives, but they tell you they're not going to give you a property tax rate increase, you need to tell me how much it's going to cost in 2030 to fix that street or to get that drainage, because the price is only going to go up. They're not falling. Concrete's only getting more expensive. And we can sit here and we can hope, oh, the technology will catch up and we'll do this. We all know that the first version of any technological program that's going to help us do things better is expensive. So I want to do this smarter. I want to do this fairly. But what I need you to understand is that the power of the city of San Antonio is in the people power, and eliminating staff is not the answer. So I am for the property tax increase. I still think my city store idea is a great idea. I don't know where Alex is. I think we could get a lot of revenue from that. But again, we need to start being creative. And I can give you a list of projects that I think might be delayed, but I would still want that number that says if we delay this another year, if we don't do this drainage project this year, this is how much it's going to cost the year after. And so nobody wants to raise taxes. I understand that. Everybody's stretched, me included, but we have to prioritize and we have to budget and we have to get our residents in and ask them, where are we spending money? And the vendors had no problem making money these past few weeks. So there are places that we can look at our budget and be more effective. And San Antonio is resilient, and San Antonians know how to hustle. And so I think we need to have those conversations. I'm looking forward to hearing from my council colleagues and their solutions for that last slide. Thank you.
Mayor, one thing the Councilwoman was talking about the senior and disabled tax freeze. Just to remind the council of a stat that we shared with you at the work session, 46% of our homesteads are frozen in terms of city taxes because of the senior and the disabled tax freeze. So when we talk about potential adjustments to the rate, that 46% of the homesteads will not be impacted because we've got that freeze in place.
Thank you, Eric. Councilwoman Aldrete Gavito.
Thank you. Thank you, Freddie, for the presentation. Obviously, this isn't a great position for us to be in, but, you know, we were elected to represent our residents and to manage our city budget, and that includes making tough decisions. So I am appreciative of the diligent analysis. I'm fully aware that this was tough and uncomfortable, a tough and uncomfortable exercise to go through. And I know that we're probably going to have to go through some more iterations. So, you know, but again, we have to make tough choices right now. I am fully supportive of the fee adjustments on slide 8. But in addition to that, I'd like us to explore other increases. I know that my colleagues and I up here always hear feedback, and Judge Obledo, don't get mad at me. But my colleagues and I always hear feedback about speeding and code compliance issues. So I'd like us to use this opportunity to do something about it and look at exploring an increase on speeding tickets and code compliance tickets. I fully understand that judges will have the discretion to rule on what fine to impose, but if we want to disincentivize speeding, well, then let's make it hurt. If we want to disincentivize code reductions and all of the line items. The only thing I am not in favor of is no civilian compensation increase. I think that our city employees are going to have to do more with less resources and less partners to lean on to get the job done. So I do think, and I'm going to stand firm, that we treat our city employees fair and give them the cost of living wage increase. There might be less headcount in the city at the end of this all, but that should not take away from taking care of the city employees that we do have. So I just wanted to let y'all know I'm not in favor of that. But right now, I still think that we need to go through a couple more iterations of this tough exercise, and so I can't be supportive of a property tax increase right now. But I know we're still at the very, very beginning of it, and there's still more work to do. That's all my comments. Thanks.
Councilman White.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, from the get-go, I'm going to say that I'm absolutely opposed to any sort of property tax increase. I think we're living in a tough economic times right now, certainly, and raising the cost of living on people is unacceptable, particularly when I don't believe that we've done everything that we can as a city government to eliminate all of the waste, the redundant spending, and frankly, made some of the hard decisions on the nice-to-haves. And my staff, and I want to say before I go further that I am very thankful for city staff and the work that's been done over the past couple of months, because I know that this is difficult. And a lot of work has been done to find these inefficiencies that I'm talking about, to try to consolidate in different areas and to try to find money to close this budget gap. But I think that there's more that we can do. And I'll tell you, my staff did some great work, and we looked around at other cities across the country because they're facing similar challenges. Just to name a couple here, Colorado Springs, they had a $31 million shortfall that they were able to reduce with workforce reductions, furloughs, deferred compensation increase, and some facility closures. San Diego as well eliminated some recreational services, arts funding, and others. In Austin, voters rejected a property tax increase, and now their city government is looking at cutting some of the similar things there. But I particularly want to point out something from Colorado Springs, because they eliminated what they call the Meadow Park Community Center. And I'll tell you why I want to bring this up. And it says here, the community center is going to close following an evaluation of program participation, staffing constraints, and availability of similar services at other nearby community centers. They did not want to close this community center that had been there for decades in that community. But the reason I bring that up today is because these are the type of hard decisions that they were able to make, that they had to make, that I think our council needs to look at. If it was brought before us to close a community center, I think we would all immediately say, whoa, no, we don't want to do that, because we know the value that these community centers have for our residents. But I use that as an example of the tough decisions that I believe we need to get to. If we do this property tax increase, based on our own staff's financial analysis, all right, we are still going to have a general fund deficit of $155 million in 2031. So a property tax increase, it's just a Band-Aid to get us through the next couple of years. It doesn't solve the problem. We have a structural issue here with the way our city government is spending money. We've got to right size. We've got to make the tough decisions like some of these other cities are. And I do believe that we're on the path to doing so. And our budget team has done a great job of putting us on that path. But there is more to be done. And the time to do it is right now. And we should not use that Band-Aid and raise taxes on the citizens of San Antonio. So with that, I'll leave you with, I do agree on the fee adjustments. I think that is a reasonable area where we can raise some revenue. I'm of course a no on the tax increases, and I will say again, an area where we need more is in public safety. And I get the argument of, well, Mark, we're in a budget deficit. How can we add in any area? And again, I'll say, when public safety is your number one priority, when you're putting a budget together, you start with what you need for public safety, and then you build out everything else around it. And that's what we should be doing here. And so with respect to the trial budget and what I'd like to see in the fall is I would like to see funding for the additional 65 police officers. That's all I've got, Mayor. Thanks.
Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Sorry, Mesa Gonzalez, excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I think we've all stated this already, and again, folks after me will say this is a hard time for everybody. We know budgets are tight for everyone personally, and we see items on the news, right? Alamo Colleges is going through this, Bexar County is going through this. Some of the school districts are also talking about these property tax increases, and we're one of those entities as well. So a couple of clarifying questions for the public on the potential fee adjustments listed. Are there any other potential fee adjustments that are not listed but we're talking through?
Yes, Councilwoman. There are other things that we're looking at that we'll be doing over the course of the summer. Another thing we'll be doing is one part of the budget process that we do is the budget office meets with every department, and we go through any potential revenue adjustments that they can propose, and then we'll bring that to city leadership, and ultimately a lot of those will be presented on the 13th of August.
I know that a while back we'd take my daughter to the San Pedro driving range, and we had a municipal golf pass that we used for the year. I didn't know if that was an option, my colleagues would consider of having like some sort of monthly parking pass for our parks. Maybe not so much, that gives you some access all over the city, but, and we make it like a monthly, or a yearly pass, excuse me. So I'd like for us to consider what that looks like. I don't know if we have before, or that's...
We'll have discussions with Parks and Rec, and we can certainly bring that up and have a conversation on it.
Okay, thank you. On the library non-resident fee, how's that implemented?
So the non-resident fee as currently proposed would be kind of like, so the library is able to track those users that are not in the city limits. So they would impose, if this were to come to fruition and be passed as part of the budget, they would impose that $10 annual fee, kind of what like you just described with that parking pass. It's a $10 fee. And it would be for Bexar County residents that are outside city limits.
And Councilwoman, as we go through the budget and look at this, the actual implementation is almost as important as what the dollar amount is. So I would anticipate if we do it, we wouldn't make it effective October 1. We do like a January 1. There have to be notices. We want to make sure that people are advised of it, and then have a mechanism for them to be able to be aware of that impending potential charge when they're checking out books in September and October, so that everybody's got preparation. But we're going to think through the execution of that as we go through the next 2 months.
And if I may, Councilwoman, it's another example of a fee needs to be cost recovery. And the reason, one of the reasons we can do that is because we are not recouping our current costs in terms of non-city residents.
Okay, thank you. On the slide outlining the reductions, I think it's slide 11. What is the program service level reductions? Can you provide some examples of that?
So as the mayor, as the manager alluded to, those are going to be out of that bucket of other city services. So there's a variety of other city services across some general fund departments that would be part of that.
So as we go through the summer, we'll be looking at reductions that we can do, but these would be program-specific reductions that we would do, so they would reduce the service level, but we would need to use the summer to look at what the impact would be of those reductions, and then that would be presented as part of the 2027 proposed budget.
Okay, thank you. I think, we got the email from CNE about our budget town halls, and my budget town hall in District 8 is August 20th, and we're June 18th, right? So these next 2 months, what are residents hearing from us, from the city, outside of a survey? I don't know if anyone can help answer that question.
Well, Councilwoman, we won't have, after today, we're going to start working on the proposed budget. So I think this was a conversation during the council work session a couple of weeks ago. If you all want to host budget conversations during the month of July, or have us organize in your districts additional council conversations, budget conversations in the month of July, more than happy to do that. But we will not have a final product to be able to share with them. So it's more about getting input, maybe explaining what the potential impacts could be, some of the things that we're looking at. But we won't have anything final until the end of July, early August.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I know July is hard and folks are traveling, but I just think because of the times that we're in, and we're doing what we did in the last budget cycle, it's almost the same calendar. I think even my town hall, I think, is around the same month as I had it last year. And so just because we're in such unique times with our budget, I feel like we should at least, there should be an effort made to maybe this time around go out for feedback, right? Because how we relay this back to, even if, it's as simple sometimes for me is if CNE even has some like graphics on hand that they can just send out to the council offices, we end up making those a lot of times on our own, which is fine too, but just kind of to summarize some of these big conversations, right? We try and do that, but as simple as that, but I mean, I think going out there to the community and asking for that input is important, because if not, we're really not going to talk to them for another couple of months.
We can follow up with each one of your offices about whether or not you want to do some of that stuff in July and graphics and so forth, but July is always going to be busy.
Yeah, I know.
But I don't think that's any reason why we can't have evening events or weekend events, but we can work with each of your offices.
Okay, thank you so much. And I guess the feedback you're looking for on slide 13 on reductions, I'm supportive of the reductions that we're making. I know this is a tough time for city staff, and they are doing the work. They don't, run for office to do this work. They're doing this every single day, coming to work and going home to their families. And so to make sure that our city staff is not impacted by this, that's important to me. The new revenue, I appreciate the work that our budget office is doing to look for that new revenue and ideas that my council members have. Increasing the city property tax is not something that I can commit to at this time. I think without talking to residents, I've been to a few HOA meetings in the last couple of weeks, and the reaction I'm getting is what I expected. So can't support something like that at the moment, but I know we're just starting these conversations. And I also know residents expect to receive the type of services from the city. They have expectations on the services that they receive from us. So keeping that in mind, I look forward to further discussions on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Spears.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've been meeting with my constituents. We've got about 3 budget town halls teed up at the end of July, and the one with C&E, I think mine's on the 19th. So to Councilwoman Meza Gonzalez's point, yes, it'd be great if we can engage C&E more there. Right now, my constituents are not supportive of the tax increase. But I will say I do agree with the fee adjustment idea. And this is just a really hard time, right? It's hard for us to be up here and every day facing our constituents talking about how do we cut back on things when the needs are so great. But I've got to remain focused on the basics of what we're supposed to do here and what our residents expect. I know that our families are all the families in San Antonio and in the community are feeling a lot of pressure and a lot of higher costs everywhere they go. So I appreciate that we're having this serious conversation about our priorities and where we can find some efficiencies within the budget. I do really want to look at that before we really, I appreciate that that's going to take some time, but I want to really see how we can be more efficient with the dollars before we start really talking about the tax rate increase. As always, public safety is my top priority, and residents need and want safe neighborhoods and fast emergency response times and enough officers on the streets to keep our community safe. I say this too because there's this misconception that my district does not need more officers, but firsthand this week I found that simply untrue. I had 2 separate shootings in District 9 this week, one involving a teenager who was found deceased and another involving a police officer. These are a stark reminder that our police department must remain a top funding priority as we work to recruit, retain, and support more officers. And our fire departments have needs that we simply cannot defer. Somehow they make it work with less. And maybe we can ask them how we do that better ourselves. But residents are paying their taxes and they expect the basics to be done well. And that is resoundingly public safety, infrastructure, streets, drainage, and core city services, and so we have to do those first. every dollar that we spend should be measured against, whether it's improving the quality of life of the taxpayers who are funding it. I've heard loud and clear from my residents that they want us to look for savings, eliminate lower priority spending, and make tough decisions before considering the additional tax burdens. This budget process is our opportunity to refocus on the fundamentals and ensure taxpayer dollars are being directed to services residents rely on most every day. I actually do look forward to working on this. This is something I enjoy looking at, and I'm ready to dive in and help wherever needed on looking at how to be more efficient with our dollars, but also finding opportunities to work with Bexar County, with the state and the federal government as well, look for grants and funding opportunities that are available to us and pursue those in a way that makes sense. Maybe we need to redesign certain things so that we're eligible for these programs and these ideas, and I just think that's an important thing to consider too, as we're looking too at additional revenues for the city. I believe we are defined by our resiliency. I also think that if we are in a position where we do reduce programs, we just remember we have an opportunity later to bring them back, maybe better than what we have right now and more effective and efficient. So be sure to know that while this is the trial budget, I am actively working on how we can improve the efficiency of and stretch our tax dollars, improve efficiencies within our government. And this is hard, and it should make all of us uncomfortable and concerned and worrisome, and you should lose sleep at night over it. I know I do. I worry about it. So that's really all I have to say. Thank you for your hard work. I know it's hard on you too. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaur.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. So as I was mentioning earlier, we are in very tough times right now and having really tough conversations across all of our city government and governmental entities. So I think it's important to take a minute to understand that no one right now is taking this lightly, that we have folks here that work for the city that are potentially going to have to find work elsewhere because we have to make budget cuts. And just like us having to make budget cuts, we have to do so diligently and make sure we know that we're not creating impact on the areas that need it most. I know Councilmember Spears just mentioned some of her areas. I have different areas that I'd like to share, but I think what's most important from today's conversation to take away is that this is going to be a tough summer for all of our entities, and we have to make some really tough decisions. Because I do not think it's fair to just increase all of our rates across everything blindly and put all of our problems back on our residents. I think we have to be more judicious and think very strategically about what are the services that we absolutely need and how do we make sure we're doing justice by them by doing our due diligence. So that being said, I want to thank city staff for what you guys did in 2 weeks. I think it's incredible that you were able to go through our $4 billion budget and look through all of the places where you felt like at least you can make some recommendations. I know these are not final, but I just wanted to commend you because that's definitely not easy work. I also think it's important to emphasize that we're not going to be able to just budget cut our way out of this, so I do think we're going to have to figure out some type of compromise in this situation. As far as slide 4, I wanted to mention Councilman Castillo and I at the Educational Opportunities Committee, the youth group actually took this slide and put it in comparison to what the youth felt their priorities were, and I thought that was a very interesting slide comparison. So I'd love for the upcoming budget conversations if we could have that as well, so the rest of the council that's not on the committee that Councilmember Galvan chairs could see that. But interestingly enough, their priorities for like homeless services and affordable housing were also their numbers 1 and 2, but there's numbers 3 through 5 were different, and of those were parks and libraries were some of their top spaces that they really wanted. And if you think about it, it's because they're the most active users of some of those spaces. And if you look at this list that has been shared to us, parks and libraries, I would like to make sure when you guys come back that regardless of what the cuts happen, that those programs and services aren't going to be significantly impacted. I do understand there's efficiencies to be had, but we have to make sure that the folks that are actually using the programs are still able to do so well. So I just like that reassurance. In addition, for the revenue increases slide, I forget which one that is. I do support these revenue increases. I think they're very innovative. The one question that I wanted clarified is for the EMS fees. We want to make sure that our most vulnerable aren't affected. So, Justina, can you just comment about the EMS fees and who that's going to impact?
So most of our EMS transport is from either private insurance, Medicaid, or Medicare. And then for those that don't have insurance, we have the Charity Care Program.
Okay, great. So they would still not have to pay the increase. They would be, all right. I just wanted to make sure that our most vulnerable that are not scared to use EMS services because they don't have the ability to pay. In addition, I also wanted to say, to share some of the topics that I mentioned that I would like more clarity on, because I am going to provide some of the details of things that were suggested in the cuts, and want to make sure that these ones are heard specifically. So Cafe College, I think we also heard from the youth, is an amazing resource for our kids, and they do a lot of great coaching and counseling. I understand there is a CCR that has been put forward about the sponsorships, but I'd like to see how we can make sure we're deduplicating those sponsorships, if there scholarships, if there is any, and coming back to us with a recommendation that continues to allow them to support the work that they're doing there, because I think it's really important. For historic preservation, I wanted to get some clarity on what that position, or if that would completely remove the Cultural Heritage District. I don't know if you want to answer this now, or if you want to get back to me. Okay, you guys can get back to me on that. And in addition, I would like some clarity on the NHSD waivers, so city fee waivers, inner city incentives, and minor home repair.
So I'll start with the minor home repair. So as we have been looking at our major and minor rehabs, we started partnering with outside agencies, specifically nonprofits, and because of those partnerships, we've been able to stretch our dollars further. So we can do the same number of homes with less money.
So for that one specifically, my ask is to keep it at the same level, because I would like in the follow-up when we talk about NHSD's budget in August to see if they could do more homes if they kept at the same budget. Because that's the one thing that we know for minor home repair. If we can keep people in their homes, then prevents them from becoming unhoused in the future. Sure. And what about the city fee waivers and inner city incentives?
Sure. So our inner city incentive program, in the past couple of years, we've funded mainly affordable housing. So we've done the Cattleman Square acquisition. A portion of that has come out of the inner city incentive fund. The Casita pilot program is funded out of the inner city, and then other affordable housing. And then for our fee waivers, those waive city fee waivers for affordable housing, small business, and industry.
Okay, so I would love if my colleagues had any opinions about that to share, because those I think are really important for our community. And so if we can preserve those as well, I'd really appreciate it. So I do think based on what you have shared here, and of course some of my colleagues have already mentioned, but absolutely 100%, as we saw the 50-year employee earlier today, it would break my heart to not give that person a raise for a cost of living increase, not even a performance raise or longevity raise. So I think absolutely we need to do our cost of living employee increases and make sure that everyone at the city, our entire employee population, understands we value them, even though we're going through really tough times, like the conversation we just had. And then the last question that I have is for I think you said this, but I wanted to clarify that the Fiesta events would be more cost sharing, so that we're shifting over the costs on that, right? It's not like we're not going to do them. We're just going to cost share the events. Yeah. I think you can go ahead, Eric.
I didn't want to interrupt you.
That's okay.
So I was just going to say, we set targets in that trial budget that we would recoup 50% of that expense. We have not worked on all that. We're going to be doing that over the next couple of months, but that will ultimately have an impact on some of the costs of those events, I suspect. But we'll need to work through that, and the mayor and I talked a little bit about that in our briefing, that it's setting a target and how we get there.
Okay. So I do think based on the work that you guys have already done, and I did some loose math for some of those ones that at least for, I think, our district would be the most important, that if we just did the unused increment and captured that and not the property tax increase, we could still get employee raises, fund some of the things that are, some of the programs and affordable housing that are really important to our residents while getting a balanced budget. So that would be my feedback on that last slide, is how do we get to where we need to get to with just our unused increment? And also, let's continue to look through the budget this summer to see where else that we might be able to find places that we could have a little bit more efficiency in case there are things that come up this summer that folks want to fund to enhance our programs that we are already doing for our community members. But again, thank you for your work. I think we've done a lot in 2 weeks, and so I'm excited to come back in August to see what y'all come up with. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Munguia.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple notes. Can you go to slide 6, please? So when it comes to the homesteads, the senior and disabled tax freeze, I do appreciate us recognizing that, and that's certainly something I'll be talking to residents about as a benefit. But, in doing research, it's about, I think, 47% of the city are renters. And unless you are in a rent-restricted property, those renters are going to feel the tax increase fully, probably disproportionately so. That landlords here, some landlords, not all, hear tax increase, they tell the renter rent's going up in the next term. So I do think about half the city, and I understand that this is a small percentage of folks that will not feel that, but it is certainly something to consider when we have that many in this city. And if we can go to the slide about the fees, I'm not sure which slide that is.
Slide 8, please.
Thank you. I think it's good to look at these. I do, Maria, thank you for the presentation we had yesterday, but the EMS transports fee, that is paid through insurance, is that correct?
Yes, it's paid through either private insurance, Medicaid, or Medicare.
Okay.
Is the majority of it.
And what happens when somebody doesn't have insurance?
So we have a charity care program that covers some of that cost.
Okay. And does that fund get tapped out every year?
It's a pool of funding that municipalities can apply for. We submit our cost related to services that we provide for EMS for underinsured or uninsured, and then we get reimbursed for those costs.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I think when it comes to fees, I had a good conversation with you all yesterday, and I just want to put it out there too. I think there's an opportunity with some of the private towers to get a percentage out of that business as well, especially considering their fee is really underserved compared to the market. So I think if that's a possibility, at least matching the private tower fee to what our contractors are allowed to charge, because that is unbalanced right now. And so I think if we balance that out and charge 3% or something of that nature, or, I was talking to Councilman Castillo, maybe a permit fee attached to that too, is an extra revenue source. I think we should really look into that and see what's possible. I do understand the Fiesta event and kind of cutting back on that, but I do just recalling the conversation we had at council about keeping some events free. So I'd like to maybe understand later how that impacts events. I know we obviously approved a $5 admission, but that was not very well received by folks. And I think part of that issue for the fee was because of increased costs. So we're going to push that cost out again. I just worry what that's going to look like. So take a look at that. I think these cuts that are identified are definitely very, very difficult. I do agree with colleagues that even if we're reducing, it is worth looking at least 1-2% for staff cost adjustments, because we do have inflationary costs in our economy, and so I think even a very small percentage is something that benefits and helps. I do know that we talked about the impact analysis, so we look at those cuts that are going to be made on slide 12 without a property tax increase. You know, that is quite staggering, especially the debt transfers and the program service level reductions is the largest amount that I'm seeing there. So I know we're going to do an impact analysis on which districts are going to maybe feel that, or which programs are active in certain areas of town that those things will now be removed. And I'll be very curious to see what that looks like for District 4, because when I go to residents and I ask them, I'm going to ask you to pay more, and they're going to say, what more are we getting, right? So if I say pay more and we're still cutting $20 million, and they're seeing the services be the same or less, that's a very difficult conversation to have. So I think when it comes to a tax increase, we have to be really, really diligent in how we see the equity lens in that process, because campaigning, right, we're talking to residents all the time, they just feel like these services are not there, right? And I can talk to them, make the conversation, make the argument that, you know, without a tax increase it'll be worse. But again, when they're asking to be paying more, they expect more. And I can't just say it's just an inflation cost, it's going to be the same thing. So that's a very difficult thing that we'll have to explain to folks. In addition to, I think what some other council members said, you know, Alamo Colleges is looking at their tax increase. Councilman Galvan and I are on the North Side Bond Committee, and they're looking at a Vader, which is a tax increase on their school district. So I welcome maybe if we look at some of the other entities that are evaluating those, so we can get a better picture of what's going to happen, because, you know, we look at things very isolated, say, well, the city is going to tax increase, it's going to be $5 every month, right? You talk about the SAWS increase, that's going to be $3 every month. But all these other things start to add up on other taxing entities and other fees that we're charging more for. So the larger picture in one fiscal year may not be the $5, it may be $20 a month for folks. So I think that analysis is going to help us educate ourselves on what we're contributing to tax increases in general. Did you want to add something, Eric?
Wait till you're done, Councilman.
Yeah, that's basically it. I think, you know, those are conversations I'll be having with my residents, and we're going to have a good town hall with folks too, and I look forward to that analysis. But those are certainly things that are top of mind for me.
Thanks, Councilman. So, you know, great conversation so far, but let me reiterate that we're going to have to reduce our expenses, and it will have impacts. And my primary responsibility is to make sure that I deliver to you all the budget for the city of San Antonio. So while other public entities may be going through something similar and there's a broader impact, we're not going to do that work over the summer. We will show you kind of where they land, but that's not my focus, and it won't be my focus as I deliver the budget to you all. I understand that that's a bigger issue going on with taxable values with the city, or taxable values within the county, and everybody's being impacted. But I also don't want you all to think that that is a consideration, a financial consideration, as we deal with our employees, our services, and our budget, because it's not going to be. And I just don't want any misconceptions in that. So, but happy to make sure that as we deliver the proposed budget and incorporate for you what other entities are doing, we can do that easily. I just don't want it to be misconstrued what you're asking for.
Yeah, absolutely. I thank you for clarifying, because that's exactly what I mean. I think it's just prudent for us to acknowledge other things that are happening around us. That's not our focus. That's not things that we're voting on, but these are things that are affecting community members, and if we're asking them to pay more, right? I mean, again, we're looking at it as our tax increase is going to be only this amount of money per resident, per month, per year. I have a duty to look at the bigger picture for residents also, so which includes other things. So I completely understand that doesn't affect what we're doing here. We have our own budget issues. We have our own staff we need to take care of and our own services. But again, It's just a larger picture that should be identified. And if that's also disproportionately affecting certain parts of town, right? Not every school district is talking about tax increase. So I think it's important to know, geographically speaking, also where people are maybe getting bigger hits than other places. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Council Member Castillo.
Thank you, and thank you, Freddie, for the presentation, as well as to the budget team for y'all's work on this recommendation. This is something that I have been taking out to neighborhood associations to engage community. And at the Los Jardines Neighborhood Association, a constituent asked me, right, what is your position on this? And I shared with him, right, yes, it is a tough conversation, but the obligation is very clear that the City of San Antonio and Council has a responsibility to ensure that we continue to maintain city services and have stability in terms of operational stability. And what that looks like is ensuring that, one, that we continue to do our due diligence as we navigate this conversation. But what's also key and very important for District 5 residents is that folks want to continue to see Las Palmas, Bazan Library, Collins Garden fully staffed. They want to continue to see full programming within parks and our community centers. And they want to continue to see and have access to healthy neighborhood programming and healthy food access. Within Las Jardines, we do have a promotora that connects our residents to Metro Health Services. So again, right, the goal and the conversation is how can we be strategic and intentional, but also highlighting how none of the work of this body up here gets done without city employees and the folks out in the field. And that's why I'm uncomfortable with any recommendation to delay and or pause a cost of living adjustment. And while I appreciate the potential fee adjustments, looking at the 2-year total, that's $21.9 million. And I do believe there's opportunity to explore additional ways to continue to increase fees. Again, to reiterate, during the last budget conversation, I mentioned the short-term type 2 rentals, right, Airbnbs, and how this has a ripple effect in terms of housing instability for long-term rentals for San Antonio residents that may result in us needing to increase relocation services, et cetera, and so forth. So I believe there's opportunity for us to explore short-term type rental fees. And then, of course, to echo regarding development services, exploring how we can have a cost recovery structure and increasing for vacant properties and nuisance properties. And I know that's something we've explored through CCR for DART properties, but again, how can we ensure that we're tackling these vacant and nuisance properties that serve as a host of so many issues, right, from public safety, overgrown vegetation, so on and so forth. In addition to that, I highlight the total cost recovery adjustment totaling $21.9 million, because if we look at the compensation for the cost of living adjustment for employees over 2 years, that's going to be $24 million, right? So if I'm going to say I want to support a cost of living adjustment, I'm going to have to do my due diligence to find other ways to help support us get to that cost of living adjustment. And with the current cost recovery potential adjustments, that doesn't get us there. So again, I just wanted to run through some of the non-negotiables for District 5 residents that we should continue to maintain support. And I understand we're in this tight conversation, but my District 5 residents expect that we continue to invest in community nutrition, community health and improvement plans, healthy neighborhood plans. Again, at the Los Jardines Neighborhood Association, where they asked me very straightforward, what is your position? They shared that, you know, there's so many community resources that we do not want to see reduced. In addition to human resources, we have to continue to support city employees with tuition reimbursement. I think that's what makes the City of San Antonio such a great organization that folks want to work for up to 50 years because of the benefits. And I think continuing tuition reimbursement is something we should continue. And then, of course, supporting our part-time nutrition centers. As I mentioned, our libraries are just core to any civilization institution, and especially in District 5, where many of our ISGs are facing school closures and their school boards have essentially reduced their librarians in their school. At Rodriguez Elementary and Carvajal Elementary, we've had parents come and meet with us to say, how can we better partner with the Las Palmas Library to connect our kids, because they no longer have a librarian in their school. So I want to ensure that we're fully supporting our library staff so that way they can also support our students that are experiencing not necessarily shortage, an absence rather of librarians in their schools. So ensuring that our libraries are fully city staff is a priority. To Councilmember Dr. Secor's point, the Neighborhood and Housing Services Department, those city fee waivers and intercity incentives have helped produce deeply affordable housing projects that are tax credit properties, so that means they are rent stabilized for the duration of that tax credit. So I'd like to see that resource protected to ensure that we can continue to produce more affordable housing. Again, my District 5 residents really value Parks and Rec and their programming, so ensuring that the centralized programming is continued to be protected is something that we'd like to see. I appreciate the conversations about Public Works and the ways in which we could potentially shift that to capital improvements, but again, any reductions to street lights, crosswalks, so on and so forth, is something my constituents would not be comfortable with. So I do think in part of the budget conversations, I think having within that presentation that if we do not explore a scenario in which property taxes are increased, we would potentially, well, not potentially, that we would see a reduction in flashing speed signs, radar detectors, many of those things that we are receiving requests at every neighborhood association. I get a request for a stop sign or a radar detector, and I think having that list of failing to consider any scenario would mean less in our streets. So again, same thing with pavement markings. Not exploring a property tax increase can mean less, or will mean less pavement markings. It is something that our residents deserve to hear. But of course, as we navigate these times, ensuring that we continue to support resilience and sustainability, which ties me back to another opportunity for a potential fee adjustment. Within our neighborhood associations, their expectations are with auto and metal recyclers. How can we continue to explore more accountability in terms of what those fees look like? So I'd like staff to consider what is feasible in terms of increasing that fee for auto and metal recyclers. But again, tough conversation, but austerity is not a realistic budget plan when coming up with budget priorities, particularly in an economically segregated city. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for the presentation. You know, as I typically say about this topic, this is a pretty bleak outlook, and I appreciate the work staff has done to provide us the options that we've asked for, especially what it would look like to cut programs, departments, and staff to balance the budget versus what would it look like to implement a rate increase and what the fee adjustments could contribute to mitigate both of those. Councilman White and I have a philosophical disagreement on this issue, and I want to convey something simple, that if our revenues remained the same, and every department stayed the same, the police and fire budget would grow because it is mandated by our collective bargaining agreement, even without new positions. And so we would need to, every year that the police and fire budget grew, if our revenues stayed the same, we would need to continue to cut departmental budgets. And as time goes on, the police and fire department would grow even without any new positions added, and we would be cutting more positions every year. And so I want to make that point, and I'll circle right back to that. To Councilwoman Spears' point, and I contemplate this question with my residents frequently regarding the shootings that you identified in your district. And I want to pose the question respectfully and with all seriousness because I want us to find a shared understanding. And I have this conversation frequently in my district. I would ask, what role do we expect the officers to play in a shooting? Was their response inadequate? Do we need more officers because we know shootings will happen and their response just isn't strong enough? We want to be faster. Is that the reason? Is that the purpose? Is there some way to be strategic there? Or do you believe that if we hired more police officers, the shooting wouldn't have happened? Someone who is looking to get back at someone for shooting their friend or relative, they're not going to retaliate because the city hired 60 more officers? Or would the shooting have happened anyway? And so I believe that when we have this conversation, we constantly say, oh, there was a shooting and so we need more police. We are placing an unrealistic expectation on the police department, and it's to our detriment, it's to their detriment, and it's to our constituents' detriment that we allow that expectation to exist. And so if we want to acknowledge, you know, the shootings are going to happen and we want to be able to respond to them, then maybe that is the answer. Maybe it is more police. If we want to prevent the shooting from happening, we are going to be taking steps that deeply impact our ability to do that. We cannot expect police to exist on every corner where conflict is occurring and to just so happen to be in the place where a shooting is going to occur. We need to be addressing the root causes. And unfortunately, the root causes of crime can only be addressed by the very programs and social services that we would cut here. The safest cities in the world do not focus a third of their investments in policing and in military. They invest in healthcare, housing, transportation, education, and overall community well-being. And so cuts to departments are the Band-Aid. Cuts to the departments are the Band-Aid that rip off a scab and leave an open wound. And it won't get us out of a deficit. It is not going to improve our standing structurally. Police and fire are the departments that we're all most sensitive to. No one wants to say, oh, you know, police and fire. We understand the services that you are providing, and we understand that your departments do a lot with sometimes not enough. And so what I would ask is that we look into an independent, comprehensive analysis of both fire and police to identify efficiencies and identify areas, both CBA mandated and non-CBA mandated, that we could identify savings in that would not impact their services, not impact the resources that they have. You can't tell me that within $600, $700 million, we can't find some amount of savings. We can't find $5, $10, $15 million that could potentially go to hiring more police, more fire. And so we need that task. I think it needs to be done independently. And I would ask that we do that as quickly as possible so that we can then identify some of those CBA mandated areas. We can incorporate those into topics of discussion in our future CBA discussions. And with what you've laid out today, with no rate increase, we're looking at a loss of over 200 jobs. That is a pretty significant portion of the jobs that we're looking to create with one of our economic incentives, and I'm not comfortable with that. 200 positions that we're cutting here, and we're going to be looking to make up by abating taxes for another corporation somewhere down the line. With over 132 of those being filled, that's 132 households losing income, losing benefits and access to health care. And so those of you who are comfortable with the cuts that have been identified and the departments that are going to be losing resources in those positions they are going to be fired. They're going to lose their income. Some of them are the only people in their household with an income. And so that's 132 families wondering what's next and how they're going to get their next meal. 132 families at risk of homelessness. And that is above all what I want to protect in all of this. We have to look out for our employees, and every time that we acknowledge the work that they put in and the fact that they make our city run, it would have all been a lie if what we're saying today is that we're willing to cut their positions. And so for that reason, we can't afford to cut any filled positions at the bare minimum. Beyond that, all eyes will be on our employees to do more with less. And so they do deserve that cost of living adjustment, and we need to make sure that we can deliver on that. I'm also concerned, and as I just alluded to, right, I'm concerned about what these cuts mean for our service levels. There are certain people that may find very little value in certain departments and programs, but it's largely because they don't need them. But you cut parks programming, you cut housing programs, you cut library services, you cut services that prevent people from becoming homeless, and we're looking at detrimental community outcomes, including increased poverty, lower educational attainment, poorer health outcomes, increased crime born out of desperation, increased homelessness, and increased need for the very services that are facing cuts today. And then you'll ask for more police officers to respond to all of those outcomes. So there are going to be very difficult decisions made this year, and there will be a lot of difficult conversations in our districts. And so I would like to know, this is information that I'm requesting, what is the average property tax bill impact per district? So what's the dollar amount each district can expect on average the homeowner's bill will be rising? And if as well, and this one's going to be a little bit more time-consuming, but if we can get reports from the departments being considered for cuts, I would like to know the programs and services that are being utilized by my district, and I'm sure that would be beneficial to my colleagues as well to know what is the fairest trade-off. If your bill is going to go up $30 to $40 or $50 to $60, is that worth knowing that the programs that our district utilizes the most and that the impact and utilization and service levels can continue, like, is that trade-off worthwhile? And I want to be able to have that conversation at our budget town hall. So sometime between now and then we can get that information. That would be really helpful. And lastly, can we find out, and this was, someone else had brought this up earlier, but can we find out how many property tax bills are frozen by district, because people do want to know that when we talk about a property tax increase, one of the first things you hear is, what about seniors on a fixed income? And so being able to communicate to them, hey, we have this property tax freeze for seniors and persons with disabilities. This is the number of people. This is how they get access to this. This is how they qualify. And so that, I think, will also help people be a little bit more comfortable if they're unaware right now that that's something that takes place, is that, you can rest assured that those seniors that you want to protect, that they're not going to be impacted by this. Overall, there is an incongruence with the expectations that we and our constituents have of city services with the outlook should we make these departmental cuts. And so we're going to have to navigate those alongside our constituents, because we will not get better services with less resources. And so to make it easier, I'll lay out a concern that I hear, and it's that services on the east side, and I'd imagine on the south and west side, there's a belief that those services are not up to par with the services on the north side in districts 8, 9, and 10. You drive past city parks on the north side and they're never unmowed. Construction doesn't take as long up there. Code enforcement isn't slow or unresponsive. Folk up there are okay with cutting departments because they've never experienced lackluster service or unequal services that have been inequitable in the way that our constituents have. And regardless of whether or not that's true, that's the perception. And so if there is any reality to that, if there is any truth to that, we need to identify how we can make these cuts as equitable as possible in nature, and I've heard that said a few times up here. Residents in districts with the greatest need to have improved services, and you balance that with cuts to services where they aren't needed. And so rather than a departmental programmatic-based cut system, maybe it's over here, this is the level of service we're going to provide and try to make better. Over here, if the services aren't as needed, we're not going to offer them to the level that we've been. And there's got to be a balance some way, somehow there. Overall, thank you all so much. There's a lot of staff in the audience. You are all appreciated. Hopefully none of y'all are one of the 132 positions that are up for grabs, and know that I'm here for you, and hopefully my colleagues will agree. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Galvan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Freddie, for the presentation, and all the staff who have been working on this in the back end for months, and I know we'll continue to do that very difficult work over the next months. I'll cut straight to it, right? I think when we talk about the tax part of this conversation, I think it's critical for the public to understand too, and for us to understand, right, that where we're at with this is that we're structurally limited here at the local government level on what kind of taxes we can raise, what kind of fees we can raise, all the such, compared to other cities across the country. There is a different view here in our state capital about kind of how we can function, what kind of revenue we can raise, who we can raise it from. And so some of these things that we're looking at, the property tax increase is one of the only mechanisms we have to raise revenue in some form. And even then, it's also capped, right? And so I think there's a lot of conversation here about, not just here, but in general, amongst the public about, is there other ways that we can get this revenue? And it's somewhat, but very little to no other way. And so when we talk about how can we make sure that our city has the best quality services possible, this is the primary source, right? When we see development slow and we see things like that change, this is the primary source of revenue that we can get here. And it's a tough one, right? Because of course we all have to pitch in for it in some way. And so understanding what we get out of it is the most critical point to a lot of my council colleagues' points about if we're going to pay for more, at least from my constituents' standpoint, how to make sure that we're getting more and we're going to see more robust services in some way. There's a lot of need out there. And so I want to just make sure, in the last budget presentation we had, I believe that cost estimate for the median household, median homestead was $70 a year. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
So with both the increment as well as the 3.5%, it's about $81 per
About
year
81. Okay.
for the average homestead.
For the average, okay, but not the median, right?
For the median, I have that. 70? Yes,
Okay.
for the median it was 70.
Okay, got it. I'd appreciate what Councilor Mickey Rodriguez laid out about a little bit of the district breakdown too would be helpful. Of course, understanding that these things are all happening in 10 other entities as well. I think, we can go on with our community the way Councilor Ms. Gonzalez kind of laid out, getting some information from city staff on any kind of branded material that we can share about here's what the cost is, here's what we're looking at here, here's what we're discussing, right? Nothing set in stone just yet, but this is what we're kind of debating. I mean, overall, I think I prefer to see minimal staff reductions as possible, and looking instead into ways that we can adjust any kind of unnecessary spending as much as possible. I appreciate the look at some of the, even the food and travel, some of the merchandise or the branded merchandise that we have here. Anything like that, I prefer to look, even if it's minimal, right? If we're talking the $100,000s, even the $80,000 in that range for the total city, I'd rather look at that versus looking at an entire program being cut off, because that's also the same amount there, right? Some of the programs that we have listed in the back end are only in the $100,000 range, some of them even less so. And so I would like to see how we can reduce those costs in other places. I mean, if it's not going to be practical, right? There's always going to be different limits here, but if it's just cutting pens and pencils, whatever, like I'd rather look at all those options available here so we can get to that final mark here. Because I think, again, we don't want to make our services any less than they have to be. So I prefer to look at that. For myself, I'm supportive of looking at the incremented rate at this moment, and of course seeing where we can get to that point. If we can protect our education-related programs, our health programs, human services, parks, sustainability programs as much as possible, that's my goal. And then if we, of course, look at efficiencies, we still got to do that. Let's do that and go forward with the efficiency part of it within those programs, or within those departments, I guess. But what I want to make sure that we're doing, and I think it's what a lot of folks are saying related to the equity part, is that community impact that's going to have, right? In District 6, we got a kind of a mixed bag of a district. There's some folks who have the largest HOA in the entire city, the second largest in the state in my district, and so there's a lot of amenities that that particular neighborhood has. Other neighborhoods do not have that. There are no community centers, there are no pools, there are no like large park spaces that people can participate at without driving to. Even further out of the neighborhood. There are a lot of places that do not have these amenities that other places have. Some places no libraries, et cetera. And so it's just a matter of making sure that as we're looking at scaling any program down in any form, looking at the impact it has to the community on educational achievement in the area, health disparities in the area, income, and then of course access to those same services. I've talked a lot to Melody and the team at DHS about the part-time nutrition centers, right? I have one in my district that's really critical to that community, because it's not only a part-time nutrition center they've had for a long time, but it's also one that there is nothing else in that area. There is no other senior center nearby. And so, yes, we can make sure that people are transported over to a comprehensive senior center that are functionally better, right? It's a different thing to talk to a community and say, there is nothing near you in your part of town that you've grown up in, that you're connected to, that you've gone to school in, et cetera, et cetera. You have to go outside 410 to get to one, or you have to go several miles away. And so figuring out how we can kind of plan for that a little bit and seeing how can we make sure that those folks are not left without something is really critical to me. And so finding ways to preserve those centers is really critical until we get to, I prefer comprehensive senior centers in those areas. Otherwise, I think it's just saying that same story that Councilmember McKee Rodriguez laid out about this particular side of town simply is not going to get that service. And so again, if we're going to scale down somewhere else, I think we go to somewhere where there's similar services to where Councilman White's point was about if there is something in an HOA nearby that can provide those services, let them do that. Let's figure out how we get to the places that don't have those services at all, that rely solely on the public to do that work. I think we got to figure that one out. In public works, I want to preserve as much there as possible, of course. I think if we can get some kind of analysis about what the current maintenance needs are for some of these things listed out, whether it's for striping, from some of the minimal work that we do, and see where those timelines are at in certain areas, I think that's really critical too. What I don't want to see is that areas that have not seen that sidewalk, that stop sign, that maintenance on the crosswalk, et cetera, for I don't know how many years exactly here, but for a significant amount of time, I don't want them to get deferred even more. I'd rather those be prioritized to be addressed, and the other ones that are doing okay, let them continue doing okay. I know we're still working on making sure that all of our sidewalks are ADA compliant. Let's make sure we get sidewalks in every district, in every neighborhood first, address all the gaps before we get into places that have a sidewalk but that could be a bit better. I think there's some of that analysis is going to be critical here. And I know Public Works does a lot of that already, and so just being able to see that within these recommendations are going to be critical too, I believe. The fees make sense on slide 8. I think for slide 12, I know there's a lot of it of what are we doing without property tax increase. I would kind of want to see a bit of a mixture there. What things can we still do in the reductions, whether it's the vacant positions or department reorganizations or the comprehensive budget reviews. But of course, understanding that, we're still going to need it. I believe we're still going to need that support for the stability and compensation increase. So some kind of mixture there and seeing what impact that would have to our property tax increase request, to our residents, to the city would be helpful. If it goes down in any way, would be interested in seeing that. If not, understandable. Just would like to see that laid out in front of us. again, want to reiterate my support for continuing that COLA adjustment for our city staff. I mean, we're talking about other rate increases here and there, including the tax rate. We've got to make sure folks are able to afford the daily life as we see our economy continue to adjust. I think those are all the big things. I mentioned all the stuff around the kind of non-informational merchandise through city departments, including, I mean, I would say even our own city council office as much as possible. I get it. We all have our own ways to communicate to our residents. I have my own way too. But I'd rather reduce those that stuff, whether it's food and travel budgets, et cetera, before I start cutting staff anywhere else. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. On to the second round. Councilwoman Viagran.
Thank you. So I want to begin a lot of good conversation, information. Some things that I don't think they're addressing quite what you asked us to address in some cases. So I am just going to kind of go through a thing. I appreciate Councilman Galvan talking about the resource. The reason that this is easy for me to say we need to raise the rate is because that is the property tax that we have. And unless Jeff comes and tells me the state is looking at a state income tax, this is our resource, property tax. And I don't think the state is thinking that, but I could be wrong. We'll talk about that in legislative session. In terms of city council responsibilities, Eric, I appreciate you staying laser focused on our budget, and while we do have a lot of taxing entities within Bexar County, in my district alone, I have 4 school districts. So I do not want you, and thank you city staff for being here, having my city staff spend time on looking at other people's business tax rate increases. And that's why I would like to come in, give you some significant answers to say, yes, we're moving forward with this 6% or this median income, so then we can send a letter, me to my school districts and school boards, who are all elected officials also, and the Alamo Community Colleges, saying, we've just raised property tax. We've just done this to make our budget. Please be considerate as you, as your board, decide what you're going to do next. But I think we as a city need to lead on that. So I appreciate you saying that. When it comes to public safety, and this is why I want to kind of level set on there, I don't think we should spend more time on looking at, do we need more officers? One, we're in the middle of a budget negotiation. I think we need to stick there on focus on that. The other is I don't think, unless PD has come knocking at your door, we are in the transition of leadership currently, and I think we need to get that set before we're like, oh, here's another 50 officers, decide what you want to do, and we barely have any substations, or the substation toilet at East is broken. So I really want to make sure that we're thoughtful about that. But the one thing that Councilman McKee Rodriguez brought up that I think is very key is how I would love to see if we could work with our stakeholders to see how much law enforcement do we actually have in Bexar County. Because if we think about it, and we think about school police, Alamo College has law enforcement, our smaller municipalities, about ACOG, when we're looking to move forward in hiring, maybe the constables, the Bexar County sheriffs, there's just a lot of law enforcement out there, and maybe what we need is, when we get the not new officers, but better coordination between our law enforcement agencies. And maybe as we go out there and we look for a new chief, we let that new chief of police understand these are the amount of law enforcement entities out there. How do we manage it, and how do we address calls and information that? And we just made the park rangers at the missions, we got that from the state of Texas so that they can arrest and detain. So I think that's really important before we have these larger conversations about, I'm going to cut a whole department so that I can bring on 40 new officers that we may or may not need because the constable can do that job. So I think we need to look at that before we have that conversation. But I will be around this summer, and Eric and the team and Maria and Justina knows already. You are surely going to hear from me when we talk about this reorganization, because all I heard was equity lens this, equity lens that, and that is completely important. But if that department goes away because we had to reorganize, if part of my legal department goes away because of we had to reorganize, where are we then? So I know this is tough, and there's going to be a lot of questions coming from District 3, and the ideas of taking this median income into the district and seeing how that is going to impact them, I think is key. But I would really like us, as a city of San Antonio, to get out of the gate so that the other taxing entities understand this is what we've done, this is the move we're making, and please try and follow our lead and be as thoughtful as possible when you talk about your needs, because I can see us foregoing increase and then others saying, well, woohoo for us because we can just raise it 8%. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Mesa Gonzalez.
Just quickly wanted to add on I think we've talked about the Airbnb fees, increasing those. Is that part of the discussion? Because I know we have like a 3-year permit, but other cities do a yearly permit that, if you look at Houston and Dallas, it's almost double what we do. So I don't know if anyone's...
No, I think it's definitely on the table, and Councilwoman Castillo brought that up at the work session. We didn't have time over the last 2.5 weeks. You will, I think it's safe to say that you will see a proposed recommendation in the budget in August that changes those fees.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on the second round from my colleagues? Okay. Thank you, staff, for the hard work always, but certainly over the last 2.5 weeks, as was mentioned. For the public's benefit, I also asked for kind of what it looks like, what is possible by the increment. So I know when we have a follow-on discussion, we'll understand what's possible if we just took the increment from 25, if we just took it from 26, if we took both of those minus and didn't do the 3.5, kind of where does that get us? It's still not a pretty picture, but I think for the fidelity that all of us are looking for, that'd be very helpful. It's hard to commit here to supporting a property tax increase when we've just really done a numbers exercise. We have no idea, as many have alluded to, about the actual operational impact on the community. So we look forward to that analysis. As was looking through this, understand it's not recommended for discussion only, but some of these cuts, actually some I agree with, and I will come back to that. But some of these cuts, I mean, we're looking at some of these cuts that would disproportionately impact our most vulnerable. So when we talk about the department restructuring, it's not just any lawyers, it's lawyers that are in our Compliance, Opportunity, and Access Office, the ARTIS formerly known as DEI. And these folks serve the underserved and reassigns language access to comms and C&E, equal access to public works, and the civil rights manager to the city attorney's office. I'm sure there are some efficiencies there, but in some of these restructurings, there is still 9 positions that would be impacted there. When we're, to my colleague Councilman Munguia's point, as we're also looking at the broader context within which these cuts may take place, we're looking especially on the nutrition side, as Councilwoman Castillo also mentioned. I mean, in a state that hasn't expanded Medicaid, and as we also look at the impacts of the One Big Beautiful Bill, the fact that we'd be decreasing any positions related to health improvement and community nutrition, closing 4 part-time nutrition centers for a savings of just under $100 million. I mean, again, it's really important that $1 million, not $100 million. It's really important, as we're going to have the other conversation shortly after about SAWS, when we look at not only where does work potentially get delayed, but which parts of our community are most impacted by the fact that they even need a nutrition center. So I need to understand the operational impact of some of these things, to the things that I actually agree with on some of these cuts. Look, if you are a private entity charging a ticket fee, for example, look, you just happen to be on the list, San Antonio Botanical Garden, but we're reducing our funding from $1.2 million to $1 million. They charge a ticket fee. They have an event called bubbles and blooms. They'll be okay. I want to see a full list of these things, Eric, that if you charge a ticket fee, then you can figure it out. And so I would like to see that go to zero, 1.2 million to zero. Okay, if we're talking about cutting nutrition centers, we're not going to fund the botanical gardens. I think this is actually also what my colleague, Councilwoman Spears, was discussing. These entities that we subsidize that are profit-making. So the full list of those, Eric, would be appreciated. Similarly, when we're talking about only cutting half of the subsidized the things that we subsidize for Fiesta, that $700K I know is just one event, and that's only 50%. And I know you're going to have to talk to your central buddies and some of the other folks about what that means for them. But again, if you charge a ticket fee, we should not be subsidizing your things, and you can figure out how to right cost that. Some of these other things, I do agree with the consolidation of communications functions. I feel like we have approved recently several communications contracts, and if that work can be conducted by those comms contracts, or if there needs to be also a writing of the distribution of work across the contracts and the civilians. But I agree that there can be a consolidation of functions there. I want us actually to look at seeing if we can increase the number of folks for the audit team. My understanding is when we look at kind of number of auditors per capita, we may be a little bit short compared to some other cities. But when I look at what they were able to identify, and you've heard me share my concern about some of the practices that lead to, I think, an insufficient level of oversight into things that drive up costs. So I appreciate here the audit team's identification of, and now our ability to find $3 million across 2 years regarding reducing overtime through the implementation of management and monitoring of leave policies. So if we can increase the audit team to similarly find cost-saving measures in the future, I think we'll do ourselves well. The Mayor's Fitness Council, understood, got to cut it. We'll work to find a private sponsor, right? That's just what it is. And a lot of these things, I mean, frankly, we shouldn't be funding these things at all. San Antonio Book Festival, corporate, philanthropy, foundations, like pick this up, $150K in each year, that's nothing. Those folks can, I'm not saying we don't need a book festival. I was just there this last time, and it was great. But these are not things that the public needs to be paying for. Military and Veteran Affairs, Greater Chamber, can you pick that up? Others can pick this stuff up. Okay. The other things I'd like to see before we start talking about a rate increase, I want to understand what can come in from the TERS, Eric, even in 27 as well as 28, when folks, I think, see some of the things that are being invested in at the cost of other things and us potentially having to raise the property tax. We need to understand what can come in from the TERS. Freddie, I know you're also doing a deep dive into other things that can come from the revenue manual. Thank you for that. I also understand and I appreciate Councilman McKee Rodriguez's recommendation that as part of this, we review the outstanding private debt due to our community. Okay. So look for that next time. Justina, the $20 million that you found due to the deep dive for the Medicaid 1115 waivers, can you give us, just because, we're talking about public health, we've just talked about some of the things that would be impacted as a result. Do we have an understanding now of how we might think about investing that money that's been identified?
Sure. We went to
Sorry, Mike, is your mic on?
Sure. We presented to the Community Health Committee last week, got some good feedback from them, so we are working on a plan that will be discussed with the city manager and then presented as part of the proposed budget.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mentioned the audit. I'm not sure if we have Renee here from HR, but my understanding when we went through this exercise last year is that 90% of the city employees make under $100,000. Is that correct? Okay. I'd bet money on it because I remember that number. But all that to say, I certainly am thankful for everybody that dedicates their time and their talents to serving our city. I do want to make sure, though, that we are, if push comes to shove, Eric, that we are giving the pay increase to those that are the neediest, frankly. So keeping that to those that are making under 150K that work for the city. Thoughts and prayers to your increase.
So, Mayor, I'll just jump in there.
Go for it.
That will unlikely be my recommendation.
Okay.
Past councils have talked about that
Yeah.
and actually done it, and past city managers have done it.
Yep.
I think it creates kind of a division within the employee workforce. So I won't be making that recommendation in August, but certainly that we'll be prepared for you all to talk about that if you want to do that as part of the review of the proposed budget.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I think there's probably already a bit of division considering 90% of folks make under 100K. On the library piece, just because Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez, I had the same question in terms of like, hey, how does that work? As explained, it works when people are checking out and their card is identified. As somebody, again, that was raised by a single mom, public library, very important to our community. I also wanted to understand, hey, what does this actually look like in practice? I know we pay a little bit more than, we offset some of the county's expenses as it relates to that, but the library is just not where I'm supportive of cuts or charging that fee. Okay. Thank you again for the hard work. Thank you again for the hard work, and we'll look forward to the proposed budget in August.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, this is exactly what we needed to hear. We really appreciate the conversation, the continuation from the work session. Look, at the end of the day, you can rest assured, and anybody that's concerned about it can rest assured that we're going to deliver a 2-year balanced budget to you in August. So the feedback you're giving us today, the feedback from the work session, we'll work diligently, and at the end of the day, we'll all get squared up. And as long as we set the framework and not put ourselves in a position where it's a short-term gain and a long-term impact, then I'm confident that I'm not going to propose to you all that, and that's something that you all won't want to do either. But the conversation is helpful for us as we launch off into that deep dive over the next 2 months. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, Eric actually reminded me lots of attention on frankly the biggest parts of our budget, and I know there was interest by many of my colleagues in some kind of audit, even a portion of, as it relates to the police department. Are we, in the interest of cost savings, are we interested to do even a portion of that to inform the 27 budget?
So actually on that list of reductions, you see about $6 million reduction in police overtime. So secondly, and I don't know if Buddy's in the room, but I think he is launching off into an audit of police overtime, just like he just recently completed the overtime of fire overtime. So
will we have that for 27?
Well, I already jumped ahead and said we're going to cut $6 million out of it. So we'll do the deep dive of that. I think his process piece will be important to what Councilman McGee Rodriguez said, which is, are there issues within the CBA that we need to identify from a practice standpoint? But you will likely see reductions to police overtime in the proposed budget. And I'll check with Buddy about where he's at on his overtime.
Okay, so to be clear about what you've just said, so there's the recommendation of $6 million. There is an audit around specifically the overtime, which may yield additional savings.
I don't know what the audit will yield.
Well, but those are two separate issues.
They are two separate issues.
Okay.
There will be service impacts if we reduce overtime in certain areas in the police department, and we'll come back to you all if we do those. We'll come back to you in August and say these are the impacts of services, whatever they are. I don't know what Buddy will come up with, but he's going to review the processes and procedures and the approvals and the adherence to both the collective bargaining agreement and the rules and regulations of the police department. That's the scope of his audit.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Because the fire department's audit, it didn't necessarily say a reduction of overtime, it yields a decrease in service. Some of that was because, it was a management.
It was management.
It was a management issue.
Yeah.
Right, got it. Okay. Okay, thank you. On to SAWS.
Item number 9 is an ordinance approving adjustments to the San Antonio Water Systems rates for the residential, general irrigation, and wholesale customers for 2026 through 2029.
I'm going to take a 10-minute break. Okay. All right, we're going to reconvene and get started. Great. Okay, the clerk has already read the caption. Over to staff for a presentation.
Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Puente to do the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Thank you again for the opportunity to be in front of you. Relatively short presentation. A lot of the issues that we've been discussing with you. So I use this slide at different times, especially at your town hall meetings where I have been going and talking to your residents about our needs. When I present this slide, I usually talk about we've been able to do all these, meet all these challenges and not have a rate increase. Those challenges could not have been made without transparency, accountability, and a disciplined financial management. That fact that we went 5 years without a rate increase demonstrates we were not simply passing costs to our customers. We absorbed those pressures while containing investment in our critical infrastructure. The primary driver of this rate proposal is infrastructure investment. During the last 5 years, SOS has successfully managed and delivered approximately $2.6 billion without a rate increase, with the expectation that projects that began in the latter years and remain under construction, we have completed and are completed as planned. But we now face a larger challenge, a $3.2 billion program over the next 5 years. Our track record gives us confidence that we can successfully execute this plan as well. Just as importantly, we have been transparent and accountable regarding our capital program performance, and we will continue that same level of accountability going forward. We recognize that expectations today are different than they were even a few years ago. That's why we commissioned an independent efficiency study to look at our capital program. It is important to note that it is not an audit. It is a capital operational review focused on identifying opportunities for improvement. The preliminary findings confirm that SOS maintains a very sophisticated ability to identify and manage large-scale infrastructure projects. The study specifically highlighted our strong balance sheet, technical competence of our workforce, and integrated management systems. At the same time, the study acknowledged that utilities today operate in a very different environment, a more complex and expensive environment. Aging infrastructure, resiliency requirements, workforce challenges, and escalating construction costs all require us to continuously improve. The recommendations from this study focus on governance, communication, strategic planning, and stakeholder engagement. Once the board formally accepts this study, we stand ready to brief this council and implement those recommendations as we incorporate them into our operations. Water stewardship, or what other people call non-revenue water. One of the most frequent criticisms directed at SAWS involves water loss from breaks and leaks from our water distribution system. And frankly, it is criticism that was well-deserved. That is why in 2023 we renewed our focus and established the Office of Non-Revenue Water. Since then, we have reduced real water losses by approximately 25%. 25% in just these last 3 years, a reduction of that issue that was really highlighting the news a few years ago. There's even more work ahead, and we recognize that. But we are one of the leaders here in Texas. Houston currently, for example, experiences twice the volume of real water loss that SAWS does. In fact, the country of Denmark invited and sponsored a visit by SAWS staff to discuss different approaches on how to tackle this issue. We are not declaring victory, but we are demonstrating measurable progress and a clear commitment for improvement. Data centers. Although it's not part of this rate increase, Councilman Galvan asked us to talk a little bit about data centers. Currently, we have 8 to 10 under consideration, probably closer to 8. We meet bi-weekly with CPS Energy to coordinate our efforts to find out what's happening, what they're doing versus what we're doing. CPS sometimes has challenges because of non-disclosure agreements, but we've been working with them to make sure that we know what each other is doing and what is coming down the pike so that they can be ready and we can be ready. Just this very next month, our board will be considering a recycled water master plan, and part of that plan will be how are we going to handle redundancy and reliability, specifically with data centers, on how they're going to be involved in this process. Some policy items to review and implement for next year are that they require maximum use of recycled water, that evaporating cooling is something that we want to have as least possible, as few possible of that kind of operation. The loop system is much, much better. A modified rate and fee structure we will also talk about, and also any contamination controls that need to be implemented. Why a 4-year rate plan matters. This slide illustrates why this 4-rate plan is so important. Infrastructure planning does not occur 1 year at a time. Contractors, engineers, suppliers, financial markets all need certainty regarding our ability to fund projects over the years. The 2026 through 2029 capital program totals $2 billion in construction activity. If rates were only approved for the near term, projects scheduled for 28 and 29 become uncertain. Delays create significant risks. Construction costs continue to escalate, meaning projects become more expensive the longer that we delay them. Delayed projects increase the likelihood of lost water, of infrastructure failures, regulatory challenges, and future water supply constraints. A 4-year plan allows us to efficiently sequence those projects, secure competitive pricing, and deliver infrastructure at the lowest cost possible for our customers. This proposal reflects extensive collaboration between SAWS and the city's Public Utilities Office. The recommended rate plan before you today is not simply SAWS's proposal. It reflects a thorough review by city staff, several adjustments that reduced our revenue requirements, knowing that those adjustable reduced amount of revenue required preserving our infrastructure needs and to maintain reliable service. In other words, a lot of the compromises we made with the Office of Public Utilities was on the O&M side. I think they recognize that this capital infrastructure is needed for the future. It demonstrates that SAWS and the city work together to scrutinize those costs to be a fair rate plan for our customers. This slide shows the agreed upon plan that this rate supports. The investment is focused on infrastructure our community depends on every day. This includes wastewater treatment, water supply reliability, system reliability, water stewardship initiatives, replacement of aging infrastructure, and growth-related projects. These are not discretionary projects. These are necessary projects. They are investments necessary to maintain regulatory compliance, protect public health, accommodate growth, and ensure water security. The city and SAWS agree that the projects are essential and should move forward. This slide reflects the rates that were ultimately agreed upon by SAWS and your Office of Public Utilities. The plan before you today requests a compromise that balances affordability with our infrastructure needs. It provides certainty for customers while allowing SAWS to responsibly plan and execute our program. Importantly, this recommendation has already undergone significant review and refinement through the city's evaluation process. And what was just circled is that review by the Public Utilities Office, where the rates went down a little bit through the first 2 years, and then a ceiling and a floor for the latter third year and fourth year. This is not simply our proposal. It is a rate plan recommended by your office and after months and months of analysis. We heard you during your budget discussions. These are not easy decisions, but we have a program that I believe helps us in this endeavor. One of the most important elements of this proposal is the expansion of affordability programs. We are increasing reliability from 125 to 150% of the federal poverty level. We are increasing funding for other assistance programs and strengthening community outreach efforts. I want to highlight the fourth bullet in this slide. Today we know neighborhoods that have significant number of households already receiving uplift benefits. For example, if we see we have a computerized program where we can look at down to the block level. If you take 20 houses on that block, if 12 of them are on the uplift program, if 12 families are on that program, chances are that the other families on that block also need the help and assistance that we can provide. Under this program, we will use that data and census tract information to identify those areas. And frankly, we know where those areas are. It's easy to drive through San Antonio and know exactly what neighborhoods we need to put into this pilot program. We will then automatically enroll them into these households and provide them with 6 months of before they have to complete the qualification process. In other words, they will be automatically enrolled into this program. In 6 months, we will help them continue the qualification, if they do qualify, to stay on that program. This is a more targeted, a more productive, and more equitable approach to this affordability assistance. And by the way, this potential rate increase does not affect any customer already on that program. Even after this 2026 rate adjustment, SAWS will continue to have some of the lowest residential water and wastewater rates among Texas cities. And as you can see, many of those cities, even our closest neighbors, Houston, Austin, Corpus, have the highest rates here in Texas. That affordability has been achieved while investing in long-term water supplies, infrastructure reliability, environmental stewardship, drought resilience, and still maintaining the highest credit rating SAWS has ever had. So SAWS as a utility are able to continuously have these low rates and still meet those requirements that this community relies on. So Mayor, Council, I know it's a brief presentation, but I think we've been in front of you. I've been to your town halls, met with you individually, and I stand ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Robert. Yes, at my town halls, now it's like, where's Robert? Just kidding. Excuse me. We have public comment. We have several folks that have signed up to speak on this item. The first person is Kevin Denon. You have 3 minutes, sir, followed by Eric Ladiker, and then Jonathan Gerwitz.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kevin Denon. I'm honored to serve as chairman of the Greater San Antonio Chamber of Commerce. I know many of you who serve on council, and I sincerely thank you for your service. I'm here today in support of the proposed San Antonio Water System 4-year rate adjustment. This support comes with the unanimous endorsement of the Greater Chamber's Board of Directors. No one, including myself, welcomes higher utility costs. However, leadership requires us to look not only at today's costs, but also at tomorrow's consequences if we fail to invest in the infrastructure that our community depends upon. Water is not simply another utility. It is the foundation of public health, economic development, and quality of life of the children and families who call our community home. The proposed rate adjustment will help fund critical improvements to aging infrastructure, strengthen wastewater treatment and collection systems, modernize operations, reduce water loss, enhance system resilience. These are not optional investments. These are essential investments. At the same time, the business community believes strongly that investment must be accompanied by accountability. We support continued transparency, public reporting, and measurable outcomes so ratepayers can clearly see how these dollars are being invested and what results are being achieved. This decision is ultimately about stewardship. It is about making prudent investments today so that we can avoid much higher and greater costs, deferred maintenance, and insufficient infrastructure in the future. Just ask our neighbors in Corpus Christi about that path. The easiest vote is often to delay infrastructure investment for whatever reason. The responsible vote is to make the investment before a crisis forces it upon us at a much greater cost. On behalf of the Greater San Antonio Chamber of Commerce, I respectfully encourage your support of the proposed SAWS rate adjustment. And again, I want to thank you for your leadership and devotion to the people of San Antonio. Mayor, I hope most of you who know me personally know that I care about every quadrant of this city. East, south, west, north, all of them. I've done this for many, many years in many capacities. This is a hard decision. I don't want my water bill to go up. But when I look at what is happening with water loss, it is stunning to me. If I had a pipe leaking at my house, I'd get it fixed. I'd find the money to do it because I can't waste that incredibly valuable resource. Goodness, look at what's happened in Austin. I drive through Alamo Heights. They're on stage 4. Thank goodness the SAWS board some years ago took action on the Vista Ridge project. Thank you for your leadership. God bless.
Thank you. Eric Leidecker, followed by Jonathan Gurwitz, and then Jack Finger.
What's up, guys? It's been a while. I really didn't want to come up here and sound too angry, so I thought I'd write some jokes instead. SAWS CEO Robert Puente makes a base salary of $593,000 a year, and he recently received a bonus of over $132,000 a year. That's $725,000. That's about 10 times as much as y'all are making from this job. That's kind of funny to me. I don't know. Maybe not to y'all. It's a little funny that some of y'all might want to approve this ordinance so that SAWS doesn't ask for a bond later on, because you know we can't afford it. Maybe we could afford it if we cut out some of the nonsense like y'all were talking about earlier, because most rational people understand that San Antonio has a spending problem, not a revenue problem. You know, this ordinance has to be a joke. You know, at a time when most average Americans and American families are struggling, at a time where we don't know how much gas is going to cost from week to week because of what's going on in foreign countries. Mr. Puente came to my community in District 10 about 2 weeks ago, trying to sell us on this idea, telling us it's only going to be a couple bucks more a month. But someone making over $700,000 a year doesn't understand what it's like to be broke at the end of the month, wishing you had that couple extra dollars. He doesn't understand that. So someone making that kind of money asking we, the people, for more money is a joke. Mr. Puente has been in power since 2008, and the average water bill has increased 41 to 61% since then. And he wants another 30%. What a joke. And I also want to point out that Mr. Puente is past retirement age, so maybe he should stop enriching himself and step down and let somebody else do the job. Thank you.
Jonathan Gurwitz, followed by Jack Finger.
Mayor and Council, I am Chair of the Greater San Antonio Chamber's Public Policy Council. The Chamber recognizes the critical importance of continued investment in our region's water infrastructure to support long-term economic growth, system reliability, and quality of life. As one of the fastest-growing regions in the country, San Antonio must continue to plan proactively to meet future water demands and ensure the resiliency of our infrastructure. The Greater Chamber supports thoughtful and strategic infrastructure investment, including the proposed investments necessary to maintain and modernize critical water infrastructure, as well as the associated rate adjustments proposed by SAWS. I'll note, as you did, Mayor, that transformational economic investments like the one Toyota is making are only possible because of the water and energy infrastructure investments of our public utilities. Support for this rate adjustment must be accompanied by strong accountability, operational clarity, and measurable progress in addressing the infrastructure and system management challenges currently facing the community. A particular concern is the urgent and ongoing issue of widespread water loss throughout the community. Water loss at the scale currently being experienced represents not only financial inefficiency, but also the loss of an increasingly scarce and valuable public resource. SAWS cannot effectively deal with this loss without the proposed capital program. The Greater Chamber encourages SAWS staff and the Board of Trustees to more frequently and publicly report against clear operational performance benchmarks tied to leak reduction, infrastructure replacement, response times, and non-revenue water reduction goals that have already been identified within the utilities planning framework. Greater Chamber supports these infrastructure investments that position San Antonio for long-term success and strengthen the reliability of our water system. The proposed rate adjustment should be accompanied by clear accountability measures, clear reporting, improved coordination, and demonstrated progress in addressing the operational and infrastructure challenges most affecting our community today. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Finger, followed by Luis Rodriguez, and then Jessica Palacios.
Well, Madam Mayor and other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council, for the record, my name is Jack M. Finger. You know, it's a classic tactic among negotiators. One side will say, I propose that I will sell you these widgets for a mere 100% increase over what we've been doing in the past. The other side says, are you out of your mind? 100% increase? No. Okay. I'll make it a mere 75% increase. Are you stupid? I'm not going to accept a 75% increase. Okay. I'll get real. A mere 50% increase in the cost of these widgets. Well, you reciprocated so much here, I guess I'll try the 50% area there. When the 50% was what the other side was planning all along. What is SAWS planning to do with our bills, and what are you planning to give them? Well, what do the headlines say once again? See what the audiovisual has to say. City backs smaller SAWS hike. Yeah, and let's see if we can read the red underlined area there and blow it up a little bit. This week, city staff recommended a lower range of rate hikes, ultimately raising bills between 26% and 30% by 2029. 26. Thank you. Return the camera if you would. By my calculations, that's about 30% over 3, that's somewhere between 8 and 10% a year. 8 and 10% a year. Not 1 or 2%, not 3 or 4, 8 or 10% a year. Now, I'm sorry, they say this is going for infrastructure. We got to fix all our leaks that are and all our aging pipes. I thought we were already paying for that with our paying bills there. Huh? Isn't that what we expected SAWS to do? I remember, I go back so long to remember that I remember back in the 80s and 70s, 80s and 90s when they had multiple leaks all around the city with the plastic PCV piping that they had to replace. And we said, we've got to have a rate increase for that. We keep giving them rate increases, and I'd like to know, where does the money going? What happened to all the money we paid in the past? Well, maybe it's going to all these exorbitant salaries, do you think? Thank you.
Luis Rodriguez, followed by Jessica Palacios, and then Rebecca Viagran.
Good afternoon.
Is Luis here?
He's not here.
He's not here. Okay,
unfortunately.
so then we'll go straight to you. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Jones and City Council members. My name is Jessica Palacios, and I serve as the Director of Government Affairs at the San Antonio Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, proudly headquartered in District 4, representing nearly 900 business members throughout the entire city. The San Antonio Hispanic Chamber of Commerce supports the SAWS proposed rate adjustment as a necessary investment in long-term reliability of our water and wastewater infrastructure and our city's continued economic growth. On average, San Antonio grows by 20,000 residents every year. The reality is that as San Antonio continues to grow, so does the demand placed on critical infrastructure systems. Reliable water and wastewater service remain essential, not only for residents, but for employers, housing development, workforce growth, and future economic investment. We appreciate that SAWS has engaged extensively with stakeholders throughout this process and has continued to refine its proposal based on discussions with city leadership. We also recognize the modifications made following the June 10th Council B session, resulting in a lower proposed rate than originally presented. At the same time, our support for this infrastructure investment must be accompanied by ongoing collaboration and partnership and transparency as outlined in a letter sent to you at the beginning of the month. The San Antonio Hispanic Chamber of Commerce encourages SAWS to provide accessible updates on how these investments are being implemented, including measurable progress toward infrastructure improvements and water loss reduction efforts. We also encourage continued collaboration with the business community to increase awareness of available conservation programs, rebates, and other resources that can help residents and employers better manage utility costs. And finally, we support continued efforts to strengthen affordability through cost management, ongoing evaluation of contracts and expenditures, and exploration of additional funding and partnership strategies that can help strengthen affordability while ensuring critical infrastructure investments remain on track. Thank you for your time and your consideration and commitment to San Antonio's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Viagran.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Rebecca Viagran, and I am proud to serve as the President and CEO of South Texas Business Partnership. And our Board of Directors are in strong support of the proposed SAWS rate adjustment. Our mission is to promote sustained economic prosperity across South Texas through collaboration and advocacy. A critical part of that mission is to ensure that all businesses, families, and communities have access to infrastructure necessary to grow and thrive. And at the foundation of that infrastructure is water. Every resident, business, school, and hospital depends on reliable access to safe drinking water every day. Investing today allows us to replace aging infrastructure before it becomes a public health emergency. This discussion is about more than rates. It's about securing infrastructure investments necessary for long-term growth across San Antonio. Nowhere is that more important than on the south side, where aging systems and increasing demand are converging. These investments ensure that South San Antonio is not left behind, but positioned to thrive as our city grows. And growth is already happening. In 2024 alone, the county issued over 8,300 residential building permits. Reliable water and wastewater systems are also essential to economic competitiveness. Businesses can locate anywhere. They choose communities that can guarantee dependable utilities, including long-term water security. When companies like Toyota Texas and JCB invest in San Antonio, they are not just creating jobs. They bring new families, housing, schools, suppliers, and commercial development. Growth of this magnitude depends on one critical resource: reliable water and wastewater infrastructure. We also recognize the importance of affordability, and we appreciate that continued investment is going to happen in the Uplifts program. We are encouraged that SAWS has already committed to continued transparency, strong oversight, and clear reporting on how rate-supported investments improve service and create opportunity. We encourage you all today to act boldly and decisively. Today, supporting this rate adjustment is a commitment to safe drinking water, system reliability, and long-term water security for all San Antonians, and demonstration that South San Antonio's infrastructure needs will be met with the same amount of urgency as the rest of the city. We respectfully urge your support of this proposed rate adjustment, and thank you all so much for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker. Is there a motion to approve item 9 so we may begin council discussion?
I make a motion to approve.
Great. We'll move on to council discussion. We're each going to share our comments, but I'm not going to bury the lead because we've been here a little bit later than we anticipated. The request before us is, in fact, the cheapest option to our community and minimizes the risk that we know of at this point to the greatest extent. Correct, Mr. Puente?
Yes, Mayor. Our board, you on our board asked us to look at different options, 1, 2, 3. And the cheapest option was this 4-year rate spread that allows us to do it in that manner. The other options actually increased the rate increase for the third and the fourth years if we just had a 2-year rate increase.
Okay. So this is the cheapest option for our community, keeps rates the lowest, and it minimizes the risk that we know of.
Correct.
Okay. So delaying increases the risk to our community and increases the cost to our community.
Both happen if we push this down the road, yes.
Thank you. There's also been some question about, previously there was at a time when SAWS decreased the rate.
Yes.
And so part of the angst now, right, is we're faced with a rate increase in part to address what was a decrease previously. So just to level set for the public and for some of my colleagues, would you please explain why that decrease took place?
SAWS was part of the reason why this community was able to grow the way it grew the last few years, along with CPS Energy, along with programs that our city puts in place. It attracted a lot of people wanting to move to San Antonio and then move to San Antonio. This influx of residents on the residential side caused a lot of revenue coming into SAWS. It was more than what the cost of service was to provide them that service. Under state law, we can only charge what it costs us to provide that service. And so all that revenue was coming in. We felt it was the right thing to do to come back to council and say the residential rates are too high, reduce them please, and council unanimously voted to reduce them 11.7% on the residential side.
Great. Thank you. And while I've got you, just because, again, we just heard from Toyota, it's fresh on the mind. Sir, can you go to slide 9? I think it's slide 9. Can you point out which of these things here would directly impact our ability to support a Toyota expansion?
The $289.8 million water supply, it's ASR, desal, expanded Carrizo water recycled. Toyota means that we're growing. Toyota means we're going to have more jobs, not just jobs in the factory, but ancillary jobs throughout that area. More suppliers will come in. More people will probably live closer to wanting to work closer in that area. We're growing, and we can't, SAWS utilities cannot plan for a water project 1 or 2 years in advance. It's long-term planning. The fact that Toyota is coming today, I guarantee you they looked at our water supply and wanted to know, is that box checked? And it is checked. We want to continue to check that box, and that's what that particular project is for. Those projects are for.
So delaying the rate increase threatens our ability to provide the things that allow us to compete well for Toyota.
I believe so, Mayor, yes.
Okay. Cecilia, it's not in the slides, but I know you have it committed to memory. Can you just level set for us again some of the fines that we would face if any of our water infrastructure knowingly goes down? Excuse me.
So, in relation to our treatment water recycling centers, depending on if we were to receive permit violations, we're talking about per day, right? So it could be $100,000 per day if we had those violations. And if we had those on top of each other, we had certain violations on top of each other, we've said it, we provided it in our February B session responses, that we'd be looking at another consent decree. And at that point, our last consent decree was $1.2 billion over 10 years. Corpus right now is in excess of, I believe, $3 billion. Houston is in excess of $5 billion. And so at that point, just like we were last time, we were required to provide perform all of the activities that were within that consent decree for our collection system, and that led to us to have to increase our sewer rates significantly over those 10 years. That would be required if we were to get into another consent decree as well. It would be a requirement at that point from the federal government as well, not just us needing those rates, but at that point it would be a requirement by federal government that we would need those rates and move that forward.
Thank you. I see Ed, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to caveat that, and that obviously SAWS performs at a level where we are meeting our permit requirements right now. We will continue to do that as best we can. So all of those things about fines, possible penalties, those are theoretical, hypothetical, if we were to have a failure at the plant, if we were to have permit violations. So I just want to make sure that that's also clear. This isn't something that we're saying is absolutely going to happen. These are all hypothetical, theoretical situations that we have seen in other cities and that we have experienced here with our own consent decree. So I just want to make sure that that's also understood.
Yes, thank you.
And Mayor, on that same set of slides, you asked about water supply. I want to emphasize what Cecilia and Ed said about on the wastewater side. We also are looking at expanding our big wastewater treatment plant, the Klaus plant. As we grow, obviously, we are water and wastewater. Water supply and wastewater, they both grow together. And these particular projects are also to expand our Klaus plant.
Great. Thank you. And thanks, Ed, for, of course, clarifying the risk. Certainly, we know that if it was something that we were expecting tomorrow, it's something that we wouldn't even be discussing. But I think laying out the risks, the full range of them as it relates to, I mean, that's exactly what your capital project is based on, right? Your worst to first. And so addressing those risks helps us avoid those fines. Not addressing those risks increases the odds of facing those fines. So we wanted to know how expensive they could be. $100,000 a day seems like a lot of cash that we don't need to spend. Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Viagran.
Thank you, Mayor. San Antonio is fortunate to have such strong utility partners with both CPS and SAWS that have consistently demonstrated a commitment to serving our residents while maintaining responsible stewardship of our public resources. So I think the question, and I don't know if it's for you, Robert, or for Andy or Eric, if we postpone today, what does that do? Does that impact our credit rating, and how does that impact, Robert, you can answer, for y'all's credit rating?
Postponing means projects become more expensive. It means that the rating agencies are looking as to why was it postponed, what are the circumstances of that postponement. The credit agencies are already looking at us because of the fact that a 20-year tenured CFO retired. They look at those things. They want to see continuity. They want to see how you're replacing those individuals. They want to see assurances so that they can tell the bondholders that SAWS is a good credit risk. And so delay is something we would have to explain, not only because our owner is asking for a delay, but because of the increased costs that we're now going to have to address because of the delay.
Eric, would that impact our bond rating?
Maybe indirectly, Councilwoman. I mean, we do the annual ratings with the agencies in July. The last 7 or 8 years, as I've been city manager, we generally don't get a lot of questions about the utilities, CPS or SAWS, but that's not to say that they couldn't ask us.
Okay, just wanted to get some information on that. And then, Robert, the last time you were up here where we did a rate adjustment, and I think that was for our business community, was that 2002 or 2003?
The last full rate increase we had was in 2015, but it was a 5-year rate increase for Vista Ridge.
Okay.
So it was 2015, it ended in 2020.
Okay. And then that's where we looked next, and we kind of reduced the rates after.
That was in 2022.
Okay, 2022. So, and I thank the board for being here today. And Pat Hasso, who was a board member of one of the quadrants, was there too. And she would constantly tell me, SAWS needs help. SAWS needs help. And preparing me and understanding that, yes, we are going to make that adjustment today, but eventually we are going to need to get to the point where we will need to have a rate adjustment for residential. So I think this is not new to me. We knew that this was coming after the pandemic. SAWS has identified the need to adjust the current water and wastewater rate structures to meet projected revenue requirements and to maintain the long-term fiscal health of their utility system. And we are the rate approvers. This is our policy. This is what we do. We do not sit on the board. When I did get elected, there was talk of like, hey, why don't you sit on the boards of the utilities? I was like, no, there needs to be a clear separation between the council as the owner, what we do, and the board in terms of the responsibilities you have. And I do want to applaud you because I feel like we're not showing appreciation for you and your efforts and what you've done. And so thank you so much for your service. I understand that that's been thoughtful. The fact that the city, because I see Troy standing there, and Robert, I'm going to ask Troy a question now. Troy, and you know what I think of your work and how great I think it is. So your work saw very minuscule changes with what they brought forward in terms of that rate increase for their need?
Yeah, it's consistent with what Mr. Puente mentioned in his slide deck. We looked at those items on the O&M side and made recommendations that they adjust that, and we're in agreement with those recommendations.
Thank you. So the story I want to tell is we tell the South Side story, and while it's like, and I appreciate you saying these were all hypotheticals. However, and y'all know where I'm going with this, Mitchell Lake, everything from the north flowed south, and we found ourselves in a crisis with the federal government. And SAWS came in, and they had to make the adjustments, and they have to stay within regulations. And they have been doing that consistently. So you never know when this is going to happen. I sit on the south side that sees tremendous development, everything annexed in. And Robert, you and I have this conversation all the time. And my team has the conversation with your staff. Is all that was serviced on the south side was Bear Met. We didn't know what Bear Met was doing. So when SAWS took over in 2012, they weren't sure what was where. I have properties still on wells. I have properties on septic tanks because we don't have the infrastructure in part of the southern sector. So when I go to my neighborhood associations, which is where I had most of the team go to talk about this rate adjustment, they were like, does that mean you're going to address X, Y, Z? And they understood that this is what this rate adjustment meant, that we were able to maintain the service and address the problems that we had because of our aging infrastructure. Pecan Valley, I was with them before a few weeks ago. They understood this because they want their pipes fixed. They want to have, they want newer pipes. They want newer meter systems. That's what they want there. And that is why, for me, I'm asking my council to support this because my residents are in need of this. You can come with the story how this doesn't have that, or they're still on septic tanks, or this is that. Yes, because they were on a completely different system. It was called Bear Met. And we go in, and Public Works is trying to be as strategic as possible. So I don't want to delay this. I don't want to put this off. I don't want to make this more expensive by waiting a while to do this. I wish I had told you no when you told me we were going to reduce the rates. If I could go back in a time machine, I would. But it just made sense there because we were coming out of a pandemic, and we thought that this would be a good break for our ratepayers. But I knew this wouldn't last forever. I knew what was coming on the south side, but we were taking it in increments as development comes. And thank you, business community and the developers that signed on. Because y'all are here and y'all are there because you're like, for the time after the pandemic, y'all have put forward and done what you could for new development. But there is a price where we need to get our residential ratepayers to put in to have a bigger voice. So I'll be approving this today. I understand that there are other issues, and I hear I'm voting this way because of the leaks, because of that. But my confidence is in city staff. My confidence is in the board. My confidence is in that Robert brought us Vista Ridge when we needed it, and that we can have that conversation and we can have the accountability we need. We just need to get in the room and have conversations about that. So I am moving forward today knowing that we have old infrastructure. We need to address that. And if we want equity infrastructure, it takes investment. And I need to have the residents, the ratepayers, with skin in the game. Because if they don't, they will not take it seriously about water conservation, about how they maintain their own pipes. And when they invest, and I can't explain to you how Pecan Valley was encouraged to hear about this, that changes were coming because we were identified, the south side, southeast side was identified as an area that needed significant investment, is that they understood, okay, and then we can plan for our homes and our pipes and our plumbing in our house. But they don't want to make that investment if they know they're going into pipes that may or may not work, or it's going to dig up again. So the decisions we make today will shape the quality of life for future generations. Our focus should remain on creating a resilient, sustainable future for all residents. And we know we need the flexibility. I need y'all to be fluid in the decisions you could make, Robert, and that's why any conversation of being very rigid on how we do things does not help, as we are 10 different districts with 10 different needs. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Aldate Gavito.
Thank you. I'll keep my comments short. You know, I have not been confident in SAWS plan throughout this process, and today my concerns remain. I cannot vote yes on the current proposal until there has been a level of accountability from SAWS. For me, it is hard to approve a proposal that increases salaries for execs and staff, adds positions, and all the while the city literally just got out of a conversation of us potentially having to cut our city staff. And it's hard for me to accept this proposal while water is still running down our streets and while it places the burden on residents in this unforgiving economy. It still boggles my mind that we wouldn't wait to have this rate increase discussion before we have the results of our audit that my colleagues and I have asked for. I feel that there are major operational inefficiencies that SAWS needs to work through, and these operational inefficiencies could potentially save cash and reduce the need for us to ask the residents to pay for it. I'm open to continuing the discussion down the line once these issues have been addressed. I think you saw in a lot of the Chamber's letters, and I do want to thank the business community and the Chambers, but still there was that sentiment of accountability needs to be had at SAWS. And so there's that theme there, and you know, I am happy, I am open to having the discussion once these inefficiencies have been addressed. I was happy to collaborate with my colleagues to come up with a list of action items for SAWS to work through prior to coming back, maybe later October or whenever y'all come back. This list includes basic things like addressing water leaks and making sure that SAWS does not leave streets
which handles compensation and creates the scorecard for the organization every year. We look at that benchmark data, and we use it to inform the targets that we set for the performance of the organization on an annual basis. And so I brought the CPS efficiency review with me today. So when I look at that table of contents, it covers exactly the benchmark areas that SAWS already conducts today. The blind spot we had, and I had a meeting with districts 10, 7, and 1 in 2020. They shared with me a great deal of concern they had related to the capital planning and delivery and interface with Public Works. We didn't have a capital department at that time. It had been collapsed into Public Works. And they shared with me some very specific concerns they had regarding our interface with the city and how we were delivering capital. And as a result of that feedback I was receiving from the community in that same realm, and after the discussion with me about the need for an efficiency review or an audit, as they say, we did a number of things. We engaged our consultant to look at our capital planning and delivery process. We had them specifically look at our coordination with the City of San Antonio. I'm happy to say, as a result of that meeting, I met with the city manager and asked, why was the Capital Projects Division and Public Works collapsed? And why were processes that we established as early as 2007 no longer being done? I didn't realize they weren't being done. And so as a result of that, we created the MOU that we entered into with the city over 2 years ago that outlines how we classify projects. Once we determine the projects are in an area where the city or SAWS do not have as-built, we engage the subsurface review process so we can know as much as we can early on and include that information in the design and construction process so we know exactly what we're paying for. So that's been in effect, and I think the Marbach project is probably one of the first projects where the MOU is now being implemented in that project. The second thing the board did was create a capital oversight committee of the Board of Trustees at SAWS in anticipation of implementing the most complex and the largest capital program that we've seen in many years. So the consent decree was very different. It was all wastewater piping. This includes wastewater treatment, wastewater distribution, water supply. It is a very complex and long-term capital program. And so we think the work that we're doing with the consultant is very timely as we final this 4-year program. We've already seen some initial recommendations presented to the Board Oversight Committee. The Board Oversight Committee has some additional work that they're asking that consultant to complete. We are anticipating that this program will be approved so we can final the recommendations from that consultant. And when the committee has done its work, the plan is to present that plan to the board so we will know what the implementation process, the options we have for delivery of that program, the timing and the sequential processes that we need to consider to successfully deliver this project on time and on budget.
Thank you, Chair. Eric, did you want to say something? Or
No, it's not pertinent to the matter before the council. I disagree about how we got there, but I think the point is that we have an MOU with SAWS that better coordinates, and frankly now has SAWS as a signatory on those high-profile contracts, which was at the end of the day the thing that needed to happen. But that's not pertinent to y'all's conversation.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mesa Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and to SAWS and your team for getting us here, as well as our team at the city. Troy and your team, thank you so much. Every resident, I think, regardless of what district you're from in this city, wants two things, and I've heard this from my residents clearly. They want these two things from their water utility: water they can depend on and water they can afford. Most of the time, the systems that support them seem invisible, right up until a main breaks, a bill spikes, or an extreme weather event overwhelms a system that wasn't prepared for it. This vote in front of us today, I think, is keeping both of those promises to San Antonio at the same time. I don't think any household should have to choose between an essential service and the rest of their budget. I'm encouraged by the joint recommendation the city and SAWS has brought forward. It takes the needs of our residential ratepayers seriously while still giving SAWS the resources to do the work our city genuinely needs. A few clarifying questions. On the capital efficiency study, when was that conducted and when was it finalized?
The capital efficiency study was started earlier this year. It's not finalized. Phase 1 is complete. There's another phase coming. What our board wants to do is have this capital committee that our chairwoman talked about look at it, address the things, ask the questions, and then go on to the full board for their acceptance and approval.
And of the recommendations it's produced, which has SAWS already implemented and which remain outstanding?
Well, they didn't make any specific recommendations yet, and that's what Phase 2 is about.
Okay.
But what they did address was the challenges that we're going to have and that other utilities are having, and that is the to
Bring
focus
up slide 4, please.
Yeah, focus on governance, communication, strategic planning and stakeholder engagement. It's the preliminary recommendations there at the bottom. Those are the initial findings that they have that they want us to look at and address.
And do we think that, is it too soon to ask this question, but do we think that there would be any additional savings in phase 2 that could ease future rate pressure?
I don't know, but it is safe to say, in my opinion, that when you look at those things that those preliminary recommendations, strategic planning, does that necessarily save money today? It's planning into the future. Governance, how do we report back how we're doing to the board and to council and to the community? So those savings are more efforts that are long-term, and the savings, therefore, are long-term.
Okay, thank you. You know, as we start talking about our next bond, which we've started already with preliminary discussions, SAWS needs the capacity to be able to replace mains at the same time that we do our street reconstruction projects. And so my question is for Art, if SAWS does not have the financial capacity to replace mains at the time of our reconstruction projects, how would that impact our projects at the city?
Hi, Councilwoman. So as far as planning for the bond program and how SAWS does that, they could answer that. But the city primarily has two programs, as you know, the bond program as well as our annual street maintenance programs. And so on the bond project, SAWS typically joint bids with us on that, and they can plan for that as the bond program gets developed. So as we're talking about the 2027 bond program through capital delivery, they will be looking and planning for that. On the operating side for Public Works, through our annual street maintenance program projects, that's where we've seen in times as we ramp up our funding, SAWS has a priority level. They work through different tiered level on how they replace their projects. And so that's where sometimes we may need to move forward to replace the pavement on a roadway on an old line because it's not at the same priority level on the SAWS side.
Can you explain that last part again?
Yeah, so as we are doing our street, primarily our mill and overlay and reconstruction projects, that's where we have heavy coordination with SAWS to see are they going to replace an aging water line or sewer line. And so they have a tiered priority level on that. So right now, currently, the focus is on the reconstruction projects. So as we consider our annual programs and those ramp up, SAWS has to make a decision if they have the capital to proceed with the replacements or if we will just proceed with replacing the pavement on top of older lines.
Okay. And I think a lot of my colleagues have shared this, that we expect SAWS to replace their aging infrastructure, right? And especially at a time when we do large projects to prevent them having to rip them up again. And so in delaying this, I feel that we're saying opposite, right, of what we are all expecting when we talk about this coordinated effort with projects, that we want this coordination, but we're not going to give you the tools to do such coordination. And so I know that I'm thinking about that because as I was sitting here thinking about bond projects and thinking of this was a city department, right, it would us basically be saying, Public Works, you hold off on all your capital projects, but everyone else, keep moving. None of that can happen, right? That all has to happen at the same time for us to keep that goal of coordination. And so I think for me, I am approving this proposal and want this to move forward today because I think water and wastewater service is the baseline that lets every home, school, business in this city function, and the longer we wait to invest in it, the more expensive it becomes and the more we put at risk. Again, I think what makes this a clear decision for me is that this does not ask our residents to carry that weight alone. The agreement between the city and SAWS lowers the increase our residential households would otherwise have faced while still equipping SAWS to deliver the improvements our growing city demands. I believe this is a fair balance that puts our residents first, and that's why, again, I will be approving this increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castillo.
Thank you, and thank you, Robert, for the presentation. I'm going to emphasize what I stated during the last briefing, right, that we know that our residents deserve access to clean water whenever they turn on the tap, and reliable water infrastructure is public health, as many of the public commenters expressed. The proposed projects are necessary to avoid sewer overflows, boil water notices, water supply issues, service interruptions, pipeline failures, and costly regulatory violations. As I've emphasized before, delaying the proposed projects will only increase costs at the risk of public health issues as well. SAW's rate structure is equitable and ensures every family has access to safe and affordable water. SAWS is also increasing funding for its assistance program, and I'm hearing many of the concerns and hearing the emphasis on accountability, but what I want to encourage is for folks to sit with the 2025 water management plan that your team has laid out and has presented to council, and I'd like to understand, like, what are the components that this body would like maybe increase, right? And I appreciate the plan in terms of water detection, addressing leaks, and many of the recommendations, many of which are already in practice, is to ensure that we're hiring more personnel to go out and detect water leaks before it turns into more gallons out on the road. So again, highlighting that it takes personnel and it takes resources to address those capital improvements. So just want to commend you and your team for the 2025 water management plan and laying out the direction and the needs of SAWS. But in addition to that, right, we can't expect you all to do more with less. And clean water is a scarce resource and should be protected and not commodified. And that's what I really value about the leadership of your board, is ensuring that we ensure that those who, that everyone that needs water access continue to have the access to quality water. But I don't have any current questions. The presentation was made it very clear, and I appreciate you being accessible, Robert. But I did want to pivot over to some of the public health aspects, right? So, Eric, if I may, I did have a couple of questions for Metro Health in terms of understanding the public health importance of preventing contamination events like boil water notices and service interruptions. So if someone can help walk us through how reliable water systems protect vulnerable populations such as children, seniors, and people with compromised immune systems.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman Consillo. Just know that Dr. Jacob, representing Metro Health, and I'm joined by our medical director and local health authority, Dr. Junda Wu. So in short, just know that our task is making sure that safe drinking water is critical to public health. As we talk about the public health function, our mandate is to assure the conditions where all can be healthy. So just know for our more vulnerable populations, having reliable water service is especially important for residents who are more likely to be affected by water quality issues to avoid preventable illnesses. Much of the material removed from municipal water supplies cause diarrheal illness, which impacts infants, pregnant women, seniors, and those who may be immunocompromised. And this can progress to more serious conditions, to severe dehydration, and hospitalization possibly. So in the end, the integrity of the system is important, so that's why we just want to make sure that in concert with the Public Works Department, with SAWS, that we provide any technical assistance as your local health department.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Jacob and Dr. Wu. And I'm curious if you all can provide some examples from other communities where underinvestment in water systems have led to significant health concerns.
I would say the clearest example is what happened in Flint, Michigan, not too long ago. Again, I think they're a decade into that recovery efforts. Again, in Flint, Michigan, that showed the impacts of divestments. So just acknowledging at least the clearest public health example that we've been talking about in this century, and that happened not that long ago. I didn't know if there's anything else you wanted to add.
All right, well, thank you, Dr. Jacob and Dr. Wu. And I thought it was important for us to emphasize that connection of water being public health, and it's a non-renewable resource, right? Potable water is a non-renewable resource. And I appreciate the work and you all sharing that context for my colleagues and I. Thank you, Dr. Jacob and Dr. Wu. And that context is important because, as Councilwoman Viagran has laid out, right, the water runs south, and it is areas that do not have water and or sewage connections. And I'm grateful again with the coordination with SAWS, right? We've been able to work through those issues, find a solution to pilot and increase funding for laterals to the people. Again, right, identifying the issue, SAWS board came up with a solution that we could support. But all that to say, failing to invest in this infrastructure, again, we just talked about how our city is economically segregated. There are specific parts of the city of San Antonio that are still waiting for basic infrastructure, and by delaying and or putting off supporting SAWS with their rate adjustment is delayed improvements to long neglected parts of our city.
Yes, Councilwoman, and I appreciate your questions about public health. And there's been a lot of comments about accountability. We are held accountable every single time someone turns on their water to cook, to bathe, to do anything with water. We are held accountable. We do over 1,000 lab tests a month, making sure the water is safe for those specific purposes of protecting public health.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Robert.
Yes.
Lastly, again, just reiterating the point, right? We're seeing it with bond projects that we're still waiting to see complete. With our IMP, CIP, NAP projects, right? The costs continue to rise. And with these large-scale capital improvement projects, a delay and or kicking the can further down the road can potentially mean an increased rate request in a couple months or a year. And again, just delaying the improvements that our constituents deserve.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. In case it informs the rest of the comments of my remaining colleagues, those that have asked for, or considering rather, a delay, do you have an operational risk assessment that would help us understand the risks to our community as a result of those delays? Potential delays, excuse me.
We, not a specific operational risk, a formal one, but we recognize the fact that we have been running the system for this period of time, that these delays will happen. For example, we've had a very wet spring. Rain causes more flow that goes into our plants, which causes it to be potentially a violation because of so much flow going in. Our plants have to be able to accept a certain amount of gallons, a million gallons per day. And so that's an operational risk if we are not able to expand our treatment plant. So yes, it's not a formal assessment of the risks involved, but we know what those risks are if we're not able to fund these projects that we have online.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, because if there was a risk assessment that was done, you would provide it.
Oh, definitely.
But it sounds like there are some folks on this dais that are contemplating a delay absent an understanding of the operational risks to our community, which exacerbate potentially some of the public health risks just identified by Dr. Jacob.
Yeah,
correct?
You're absolutely
so
correct.
So asking for a delay and not understanding the operational risk is where we're at? Okay.
Yes, it's very, we're treading on where we don't want to go. We want to be able to take care of our system. We've identified the projects that will keep us in compliance, the projects that will continue to allow us to grow, the projects that we need to invest in because it costs more to continue to maintain them than to actually improve them and rehabilitate them.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make the point because it really parallels, what we just discussed with the budget, which was, again, that was a numbers exercise, but we have yet to understand the true impacts of some of those cuts. Similarly here, folks are contemplating a delay without understanding the impacts of what a delay would mean beyond the cost, okay? Do you want to add something? Yes, go ahead, Chair.
Mayor, can I add something? Because over the past 6 years, the board has been reviewing all of the master plans for all of the systems at SAWS. And so from that standpoint, we are very aware and feel obligated, now that we know the condition and the assessment for our water, wastewater infrastructure. And we know the worst first, and that was the basis for the direction to staff to create this program, because we are aware that much of the infrastructure is ready for replacement. And so just the risk factor of knowing that information and not being proactive in putting a program before the council to replace this equipment is in and of itself not accountable or transparent. And so I just wanted to add the fact that for the past 6 years, the board present and the board prior has been evaluating all of these master plans for the various systems, treatment, production, distribution, as well as the development of the water development plan. And I want to thank Councilwoman Castillo for recognizing that, because there was a great deal of work that went into that. It was delayed a bit because we wanted to incorporate the board target of the 50% reduction of non-revenue water loss in that plan. And so it bears sharing with the council the effort that the board took to create this equitable plan focusing on worst first. But there is operational risk knowing that what's in that those master plans and not acting on them.
Councilmember Galvan.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Robert, for the presentation today, and to the SAWS team for the constant conversations we've had over the past several weeks and months as well. I appreciate all the follow-ups that you and the team have provided me over this week and the past several weeks as well, and some of the questions that I've raised both here on the dais and then following up after through communications with my residents. You know, rate increases are never something that I take lightly. I've been skeptical about this one since the beginning. When we first kind of came to council talking about the budget needs for SAWS overall, kind of questioning about some of the rate structure and things like that, and went through those pieces with you all very diligently. Residents across the district voiced their understanding of the critical need when the SAWS representatives would come out to the neighborhood meetings or HOA meetings, understanding the cost that's associated with it. But wanted to also understand too, right, how SAWS is looking to reduce the impact to ratepayers as much as possible, right? They asked things around how do large commercial industrial customers compare to residential? How can more conservation programs help all ratepayers reduce their water use effectively and more comfortably too, thereby reducing costs and strain to SAWS? How is SAWS taking into account data center growth and water demand? How is SAWS working to address street repair concerns for their line work? And how can folks on fixed incomes or working families shoulder this rate request? Since then, again, asked those questions, and SAWS has answered. A few years ago, right, SAWS changed their rate structure and impact fee policies to ensure that those who use more water pay more. Point blank simple. Those developing on the edges of our city pay more for that infrastructure too, understanding that's going to require new infrastructure out there in places that are undeveloped. SAWS Conservation Plan, which I'm very grateful to see Councilmember Castillo brought that big old book out, and I said, oh, I know that that cover, because it's a critical part of it, right? These aren't things that are just sprouting up out of nowhere. These are things that y'all have been working on year after year after year. And part of the Conservation Plan specifically looks, right, through 2075, focusing on reducing the system-wide water demand to 87 gallons per capita per day. And as of last year, they are already at 111 gallons per capita per day. And they're committed to doing more direct outreach to residents, committed to making sure that we're working through the policy work that even the city of San Antonio has to work on through our land use policies and development codes as well. And I know this will be a big conversation later next year. Similarly, right, looking at the Uplift program, constantly looking at ways to make it more affordable for the folks who can at least afford a rate increase. And again, I've showed today, right, the targeted pilot program in many of our districts to figure out how we can make sure that the folks who are not seen within this program are enrolled as quickly as possible, and folks who are just outside those edges, how can they can still find support somewhere, whether it's through conservation programs or other kind of means. On data centers, I appreciate slide 6 being shown today, but of course all the conversation we had prior to this in our own conversation about the City Council consideration request that my office put forward, along with some of the conversations we had in March, talking about, of course, all the work you'll do over the rest of the summer, some things that will be coming back to us, all the key things that our residents, my residents in particular, have been asking about related to rate and fee structure, contamination, the evaporative cooling issues there, and then, of course, the use of the recycled water system, which has a lot of capital needs still, but regardless, looking at ways to continue to show us how we're going to be able to get there one day, whether it's for data centers or beyond, large industrial or large water users in our city. Of course, continue to work with Coastal Public Works staff to address some of those logistical issues that Art talked about and other council members have talked about too when it comes to the pipe work and, of course, post-construction quality assurances and many other pieces there. And so given all those answers that SAWS provided and given the kind of back and forth we had about what's the kind of longevity for this work, the timeline for it all, I feel comfortable moving forward with these critical investments, the expansion of the Uplift program to ensure our most vulnerable residents will not be impacted by this rate increase, and continue to address all these issues that we just talked about today and, of course, through my comments too. And I trust that work will continue as SAWS returns to brief this council over the next several years as we have those kind of regular meetings. I do want to note, right, I know there's skepticism, right, from many of my colleagues, and I And so questions about, how the operations will go, how we can make sure this is all taking place, and et cetera. And I don't think that should go unnoticed, right? I don't think it has by Sal's leadership. Making sure that we're addressing these things are really critical to give us confidence to continue working very well with y'all. Of course, we're always going to try to work well to support a public utility. I believe we have to. But I just want to make clear, right, I think those among us who are looking for some more critical actions to take place and next steps to take place prior to committing to this rate increase shouldn't be pushed aside as not looking forward some kind of answers here. Should address these kind of long-term issues they've seen in their communities. That's what I've raised with these ones, right? There's just some key concerns I've always heard, whether I was working as a staff member in a different district or while as council person here, as a neighbor association leader as well. These are things that continuously have come up, and so it's just critical to get those things addressed. So I'm inclined, naturally, I think, as a kind of a gut reaction, to support a delay. I understand the risk, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm cognizant of that through this conversation today, but I still think it's fair for our council colleagues to kind of get those answers they're seeking in some way, but eager to hear the rest of the council conversation today and just sharing my perspective on it. Thank you, Mayor.
I want to clarify that because you said you understand the risks, but they haven't done an operational risk assessment. So which risks are you talking about? Understanding
the risk about potentially seeing an increased rate, possibly later on. The cost overall. Understanding, of course, the delay in their projects and the kind of capital investment they'll need to make regardless. I get them. And I'm not trying to say that they're diminished in any value. I'm not trying to say them those things. I think it's just we're having this conversation now, right? And we've been having it for a while. I think council colleagues who are seeking some more information deserve to get that information. And so just eager to hear what they're thinking as well on this conversation.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify because there has been no risk assessment done to understand the operational risk of any delay. There's none. We understand the cost will increase, as has already been laid out. This is the cheapest. This is the cheapest that it would be, the rate increase. This is the best way to minimize the risks that we know. Delaying this only increases the odds that we will actually hit the ceiling of the cost, if not bust it. And we don't know the impacts on our infrastructure that has already been identified as needing upgrade or repair. So for folks to say, I understand the risks, you don't, because they haven't been laid out, because they haven't done the analysis. They've done the analysis for what they've presented. They have not done an operational analysis that would support nor justify a delay. The Uplift program. I am thankful for the inclusion of an increase in that because, again, this is raised by a single mom. I'm always going to look at what does this mean for those folks that are going to, the most vulnerable, frankly, in our community. And so when we go from 125% of the federal poverty line to 150%, I don't know if folks necessarily understand who we're talking about. So for a family of three in our community, that means that we were helping somebody who was making family of three, somebody who was making $17.78 an hour. We are now, as a result of going to 150% of the federal poverty line, we're going to be helping somebody, a mom and two kids, who was making $21.34 an hour. That's who we're helping, the most vulnerable. We should not delay this. Can we also maybe, Robert or somebody else on your team that can speak to the distribution of our current Uplift customers as well as where we would most likely see an increase based on raising the upper limits of who we would be helping?
Yes, Mayor. We have a heat map, excuse me, a heat map that shows where these families live. But as we know our city, as you know our city, and every council member knows their city, they're concentrated in the core of the city, District 5, District 3, District 2. They're concentrated there, 4 and 6. And that's not to say there's not families in District 7, 8, 9, and 10. They're throughout the city, but that's where they're concentrated, in the inner city.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Munguia.
Thank you, Mayor. Robert, I just want to say thank you to the conversations that we've had. Thank you to coming to the town hall that I invited you to do. I know there were some tough questions, and some of our residents can be little prickly sometimes about it, but I do appreciate you standing up there, answering the tough questions. Not everybody's prepared to do that, and I do appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
And I think we've had some very productive conversations, you and I. I think you understand the needs and concerns I've expressed to you, and some of the problems that I feel that have been long-standing issues that require some solutions for. And so I appreciate, I'm glad we're having a large conversation today about South Side and other East Side and West Side parts of town that have seen underdevelopment. But I do want to recognize, especially with the Bear Met situation and other things my colleagues have pointed out, when it comes to the septic systems and the wells, it's not necessarily SAWS that's building out the pipe work to take people off of that. And I think that is a problem. And I understand that is a cost issue, and that's going to be something that we talk about later. But I do want folks to understand that we're making people who live there or people who are building out communities and commercial development, that they have to pay for that. And I think it's a little different. I've never been a developer, so I don't know the world where I can't say that I do. But I can imagine that 20, 30 years ago, when there were other parts of our city that were booming, the framework, the existing network of piping wasn't quite the gap system we have with Bear Met. We all know that situation. We all know the gaps that exist there, probably because these were large tracts of land at some point that didn't require laterals all the way down the street. But that's a cost that's being put onto the private sector and by small individuals. And I've shared examples with the council about individuals, small businesses and residents that are being asked to foot the bill for that. And I think that is a travesty when we talk about development on the South Side and what we're trying to do over there. And I think there are some other issues that we talked about that, require some more due diligence to take a look at. And I do think, and I have faith, that you and the board can work on that and provide solutions. I do think with a little bit more time, I will feel more comfortable with that. But I do thank you for all that you've done. And I would actually like to ask Jalynn to come up for a little bit too. Thank you also for the conversation that we had. We had a long chat last week, and I understand you took a lot of time and effort to understand the issues I had. You've given me some responses to that. You do have a very good reputation in the city, and people do trust your leadership, and I do as well as the board chair.
Thank you.
And I think y'all have done some amazing work under your tenure there and with the board. I do think there's a lot more to do, and I think you recognize that too. Yeah. You're not one to say, hey, this is it, we're done. You're constantly changing and on the go. But again, what I see, and I explained to you, are some systemic issues that keep happening. And what I don't want to do, and I know that it's very easy for me to pick up the phone and maybe call folks and say, hey, this is an issue I have, can you address it? And then it could get addressed. But what about all the issues and folks that don't have access to me or know that they can call me or know you all as individuals, right? And so these are a lot of examples. There's a lot of examples out there of folks who just don't have that access. And so I'm looking at systemic solutions, right? Well beyond anybody who's here. I mean, in 20 years, none of us will be in this room, hopefully. But that's what I'm kind of looking for.
I want to be here, but I may not be.
Well,
doing
yes,
this,
yes. We'll all be on Earth, but not in this room, hopefully. But I do think with a little extra additional time that we talked about, we can really get there. And I think my concerns can be addressed in a really good way that I'm looking for. So I do appreciate that. I also appreciate my former boss who's here, Dr. Rocha Garcia. She's always been very helpful and took my calls and my concerns too. And she sat here and she understands these issues too and what's kind of going on through the development of things. So I just didn't know if you wanted to add something.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and thank you for the comments regarding my tenure as well. It's very well appreciated. I say often, I'm not a native, but I really am committed to this community, so thank you. I too share your concerns, and I look forward to an opportunity to right some of the poor management decisions by Bear Met historically, and quite frankly, some of the strategic decisions that the City Water Board made not to invest in the south side of San Antonio. I'm aware of that history. But I will tell you, to delay for a couple of months is not going to bring that solution forward. I am committed, and I'm sure my colleagues share my concern about the overall, our current philosophy of development paying for itself. And we are excited about what's happening on the south side of San Antonio. When I was here, I led the effort to get Texas A&M in our community. I thought it would be great for San Antonio to be the only city in the state of Texas with both flagship institutions in our community. So lots of work to get done. That will be a heavy lift. I don't want to stand behind that, but I am ready to roll up our sleeves, work with our stakeholders. If it requires us to go back and engage a rate consultant to help us determine how we would look at that, I'm willing to do that. In addition, though, we're going to need your help because it will require us to work with the city-appointed Capital Improvements Committee to look at how we structure impact fees.
Absolutely.
So that's why I was saying it's not a couple of month or a couple of week deal.
Right.
It's going to take some time to work through it, and if it means we're going to work on that in the right now and begin that process, I'm all in.
Absolutely. And I think some hard, concrete planning efforts that reassure us of those timelines are going to be helpful. And I've seen this happen every time. There's important infrastructure that needs to be funded. I get that. I understand this program. But at some point, we have to get some better assurances on these solutions to happen.
One of the aspects of the efficiency plan is a communication plan and how we need to implement that ongoing and our decision-making process internally to make sure that those projects are delivered. And so that work is being done with our oversight committee, and we look forward to bringing that back to the council so they can understand that plan, but we need a final approved plan to do that.
I appreciate that. Well, so with that discussion, Mayor, at this point, I move to continue this item to an A session in October for the council to consider a potential SAWS rate adjustment for 2027 and 2028 with necessary briefings and the requested plans for City Council before that meeting on the requested items discussed and provided.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to continue the item to October. As was just mentioned by the chair, however, the things that you've asked for, Councilman, are probably not going to be addressed, as she just said. Secondly, we also don't have an operational risk assessment that helps us understand the risks of delaying, and further delaying this only increases the costs of these potential projects. So those are the challenges that we would knowingly face as a result of continuing this item. For those that are just returning, there's a motion and a second to continue the item until October. Please sign in if you'd like to speak. Oh, okay. Councilwoman Viagran.
So I understand that there was a list. I have not seen the list. I am, as chair of, I'm speaking as chair of Economic Workforce and Development.
Councilwoman, you might want to elaborate on the list.
The list that went, okay, let me start this way. Robert, was a list sent to you regarding what they'd like to see, and you or Jaylyn can answer?
Yes, last night Councilman Kaur sent me a list of some items that she wanted addressed.
Okay, I have not seen that list. Okay, then I did not get it. It's not in my email. So I have a problem with delaying for a list that was made by council members, but we do not have the list of who the council members were, and I'm concerned about, of course, protocol and the appearance of a walking quorum possibly on this issue if we don't have that. So I will not be supporting this list because I will not be supporting a delay because it's shrouded in too many questions for myself. Who was part of it? Did we have a walking quorum? Should we even have a list? Things like that. So again, I do believe that we could pass this today and that we could get the answers that we want and the accountability that we need, because I know I see Art here and Mike and John Paterick was here, and when we talk about our team and even Rod and Rozzy, my belief is that they will be the shot callers on as anything we move forward in these projects, and keep a very good eye on this to make sure that any memo of understanding, anything is kept on track. So I will not be supporting a delay. I do not see that a delay. From what I'm hearing, a delay will not change at least 3 votes on this dais because of the 3 no's that I'm certain of that have expressed that. They're not going to get the changes that they want. So I would like to move forward and not do the delay. Thank you.
If I may, Mayor, can I make a couple points?
Sure.
One, if we're talking about...
Can you clarify, have you seen the list, Andy?
I was provided a...
You were provided
yes.
the list. Okay, thank you.
And the first comment, Mayor, is that we're going to have issues in terms of walking quorum. That should be discussed in the executive session, since it is a compliance issue. Second, the list that was shared with me, I understood it as a list of issues that some of the council members had concerns about. And I made it clear that whatever vote that is taken today can't be contingent on either the CEO, Mr. Puente, or the board taking certain actions. Certainly as the rate-making body, you can ask all the questions you want, raise whatever issues you want, but whatever vote is taken can't be tied to a particular action by either Mr. Puente or the board.
Thank you. That's very helpful because some of the items on that list, I'm very concerned, veer into what is not the purview of this body, and more so are related to operations and personnel, which is squarely in the bucket of the board. We want to make sure that we are certainly compliant, but also are not inviting any undue attention to ourselves needlessly. Is there any other discussion on the motion to continue? Oh, Councilman McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I entered this meeting undecided, and I'm going to talk you all through my thought process, and I'm going to try to be as gentle as I can be. And I think in this context, a delay could grant more confidence in whatever vote I cast. It could get me closer to a yes. It could be what's needed to get me there. And this has probably been one of the most challenging rate increase discussions that we've had. And in the last presentation that I responded to, I described a few of the things that I appreciate about SAW's approach, especially the rate structure that ensures that the largest users pay more. That's something that our community really values with SAWs, whereas they critique the inverse that of CPS's approach, in which they incentivize those who use more with lower rates. And I appreciate the SAWS does not prioritize corporations over working families. I appreciate that this request seeks to minimize impacts on our most vulnerable and to capture as many of those households as possible by increasing the threshold for participation uplift and the like. I also have discussed a few challenges, and today I'm contemplating all of that. Number one is there is, of course, a critical need to make these infrastructure investments. And when I think about some of the mayor's words when she first got elected and described her priorities, it was those areas we cannot afford to fail. And we don't disagree on that at all. And so the idea that these are projects that we cannot afford to not fund really weighs on me, as I know that it does all of my colleagues. We just had this discussion around a property tax rate increase, and we're balancing that discussion on top of this one, on top of any other, anything else impacting quality of life or the affordability of our residents. And I understand a delay may make these projects more expensive and may necessitate a higher increase in the future. What exactly that number is to be determined. To that point, I do have a few challenges with how we got here. So we're talking about infrastructure that at a recent meeting you said and have said that if it could fail in the immediate future, and that makes me really concerned about the long-term planning efforts of SAWS. And just a few years ago, and this has been brought up too, right, is it was a rate decrease was proposed, and I asked, hey, does this make sense? There's nowhere that you could utilize these funds or mitigate a future rate increase. And are you just going to come back for an increase later? And the response that I got was, it's always possible that we can come back for a rate increase. And it was not stated that we were going to need money for capital investments that were do or die within a matter of a few years. And that leads me to believe that you either as an organization did not know that you needed to make these major capital investments, or that your long-term planning did not meet my expectations. And so either one of those to me is unacceptable, and I'll allow you to respond to that after I'm done. But there's also been a number of major projects that our community relied on and were excited for that were delayed because SAWS didn't know where their infrastructure was, or because SAWS otherwise coordinated poorly with the city and the contractor. And I understand anytime there's multiple parties involved, the onus does not fall squarely on one entity. But businesses were closed, and they closed in the slowest, most painful way possible, and that represents dozens and hundreds of jobs lost, people who were ultimately impacted by a lack of accountability in public institutions, and that led to an erosion of trust in both SAWS and major city projects that should be a net positive for our community that we ask them to support with eagerness and excitement. And every single time that SAWS was asked, and is asked about a major issue, it's always someone else's fault. And so the city led efforts to create an MOU to address those issues with SAWS related to our projects, or that led to those efforts. But every conflict to that point is a finger-pointing blame game. And I think back to one of my first major interactions with you, Robert, via email, where I shared my concerns regarding water shutoffs and apartment complexes where residents paid their rent, paid their utilities, and the apartment management neglected to use that money that was paid to them to pay their bill. And the response was to punish the residents and shut off their water, or to threaten that. And they could not cook, they could not bathe, they could not brush their teeth. And so when I emailed this concern to you asking for a change, I would describe your response at the time as snippy, and it made me incredibly angry at the time. And largely because, to me, your response neglected the impacts that the shutoffs, or even the threat of a shutoff, had on the residents. And it was not the only approach that SAWS could have made, but it was the most convenient, though one of the most inhumane. And so we as a council had to take action, again, to address that approach. And then you look at Grayson Heights and the water leaks there, you look at leaks across the city, and it was always someone else's fault. Never SAWS's. And so there's never anything that SAWS can do. And so if I were to compare that with any department head in our city, if I reached out to them with a concern that has even 2 degrees of separation from their direct purview, they would never say it's not their responsibility, that it's somebody else. They would work on a solution, identify partners, and address the issue. And that's not the case with SAWS, and that is incredibly frustrating. And we've since had conversations, and I do believe the tone of your responses has changed, and you've internalized my feedback. I do believe that. But a part of me feels that it's all been in service to earning my vote for a rate increase. And so why is it now, when trust is wilted, that there are plans to improve? Now all of our questions can be answered, and there's a plan to address our issues, and it's at this point when a rate increase is needed. It's not at any other point over the past several years when concerns have been raised. But on this topic, and we've discussed trust and the desire for each of us as individuals to trust you and to trust one another. And I want to get there, and I know that we'll both work to get there, and we will be fine. But on this topic, multiple things can be true. It can be true that you've navigated SAWS through challenging times and led the utility well, and I don't want to neglect that. You could be the best leader that SAWS will ever have in its history, and so I don't want to neglect that. That's possible. It can also be true that something is wrong here and that there are balls being dropped along the way and something needs fixing. And I don't know what that is. It may also be true that the rate increase is needed to do the work our community needs and expects of you, expects of all of you, and expects of all of us. And it is also true that there has been a gap that has gotten us to the point where without a rate increase, our infrastructure can fail. Gotten us to the point where the location of SAWS infrastructure is casually guessed and leads to businesses shutting down, people losing jobs, and the trust in our ability to deliver much needed infrastructure improvement eroded. Gotten us to the point where a large contingent of our council, or a sizable one at least, is contemplating not supporting this increase that you need, much to the detriment of our city. And so there's still a question of whether or not we believe these projects will be done well. If done, we've talked about projects that our community needs and are excited for that have not been done well, have not been done timely. What is to say that the projects that you need and that the projects that are a priority, that are of utmost importance and significance, how do we know that those are going to be done well? Because we don't have that trust right now. And when we as a body rubber stamp a request without addressing those deeply troubling issues, we disappoint our community and the people who place their trust in us. And someone needs to atone for that. And so I had to ask myself if there is a point where I could confidently support a rate increase. And the answer is yes. Many of my colleagues have tremendously points made here today are clear. This is a public health issue. That is an area that I don't neglect. This is something that our residents are counting on us for and counting on us to do and to make this difficult decision. And I desperately want to avoid this conflict, and I hate that we're at this point today. And I also don't know that I need any new information, right? What I do think I need is I need purpose and I need intention from SAWS, and I'm not sure that that's yet been conveyed. I do think we're on our way there. I think there's leadership who's made some very clear points and has expressed a desire to get to that point. So my vote is still approaching the end of my 10 minutes, still undetermined, but a yes vote for me would only be out of fear. It would not be a confident yes vote. And that concerns me because I don't cast votes that way. Thank you.
First, I appreciate the fact that you have an open mind, that you're giving me and SAWS the opportunity to convince you to say yes to this very needed rate increase. So I appreciate that. Secondly, I am troubled on how much to respond because I don't want to come across as defensive. I don't want to come across as not being able to take any blame or anything like that. But let me just tell you what our position is. One of the things you talked about is long-term planning, whether some of these projects that we're saying are needed now because of a potential violation in the near future. One perfect example, Councilman, is Winter Storm Uri. The project that we have on the books that we want to start this fall was originally scheduled to start in 2022, in 2021. Hurricane Uri happened. The state government passed Senate Bill 3 and told utilities, you have to do some things. They didn't tell the private sector, they just told the public sector. And to be more resilient, that if power goes out, you still have to be able to provide at least 20 pounds of pressure to the residents. That Senate Bill 3 cost us over $300 million. That $300 million would have paid for some of the projects in 2026, later this year, and in early 2027. So we believe that we do have long-range planning. Please don't take that as me being defensive. I will admit that that's some, and I'll say this out loud to everybody. That's something that Jolene and my board told me about, is that don't be so defensive. So I'm working on it. And I'm glad you recognize that my attitude has changed to some extent. You mentioned the streets. Councilman Mesa Gonzalez mentioned the streets. And I talked to Eric about it last night. And one of the things that he told me, and hopefully I get this right, Eric, is that he's been trying to tell you, the council, that these issues that come up are only 1%, maybe 2% of the time that SAWS works with the city on these governmental projects. That unfortunately, that 1 or 2% are very visible. It causes a lot of complaints. It causes a lot of angst by the businesses that are affected, the residents that are affected, and they call you. They call you. And we need to address that. And one way we addressed it is this MOU that's been talked about, Memorandum of Understanding, where we are signatories to the construction contracts that the city enters when you all are doing drainage or street repair, and we're doing changing out of our sewer or water infrastructure. So I believe, Councilman, that those issues are starting to get taken care of. The other one about the apartment complexes. This was a concern of Council District 7 also. Only 45 minutes was an apartment complex out of water. However, the threat, and it made a lot of news, it caused every other apartment complex to fall in line and to start paying their bills to where we don't have that type of problem anymore. Now, the email that you talked about, if I was snippy, I hope I wasn't, but I do remember telling you, I don't know if it was in the email or over the phone, because one of your big concerns was just the mere threat of turning off their water causes a lot of angst on that renter that paid their rent, did everything they were supposed to do, and their water could be cut off because we were notifying the residents that their water could be cut off. That in and of itself was an event that they shouldn't have to have gone through. I admit that, and because of our conversations, we don't do that anymore. We haven't done that anymore. I believe I was responsive to you, even to the extent, for example, that there was a complex outside of District 2, but in the county, that we kept your staff apprised of as to how they were paying or not paying. And their big problem was a whole lot of leaks out of their internal infrastructure. So, Councilman, to wrap up, to go full circle, thank you for having an open mind. I ask that you give us the opportunity to earn your trust again. I think I said the same thing last time we were in front of you. I was in front of you, but we can get it done. I'm confident we can get it done.
Thank you. As District 2 is one of the areas that is most underserved, I personally would like to understand the progress made on the councilman's request over the last meetings. Gavino, are you ready?
For
the update on the requests that he's made on the projects.
Well, part of it is identifying certain neighborhoods. I'm from that neighborhood. I know that neighborhood. I can tell you exactly where these things are needed. And we will enroll people in the program without them having to qualify initially, and give them 6 months to, after we help them with the paperwork, to make sure they stay on those rolls. So we understand District 2. A lot of the districts here have a lot of needs. But those are some of the things that we have planned for these pilot programs to see how well they get more people on our affordability program.
Got it. Would you like to add anything in terms of the previous questions that have been asked by the council member?
Regarding the Uplift program, that's exactly what Robert's talking about. But I know that Byron Gibson works very closely with your office. And so what we try to do as the information becomes available, we work directly with the councilman and his staff. So depending on what the various issues are, we work closely to provide as soon as we can. And so I don't know if there was outstanding issues that we didn't resolve for you yet, but it was my understanding that we've provided you with the information that you had been requesting.
Mayor, so the mayor and I were having a conversation about this, and I was prepared to ask you a question and that be the determining factor of whether or not I was going to vote yes, because it would tell me whether or not you were listening. And the question was, at a previous meeting, I had asked, what's going to be the impact per district, average, and it's the same question that I asked about the property tax increase, and then how many users in each district will be participating in the Uplift program or will not be impacted by this rate increase.
Councilman, I think that the response to that is in the roughly 400-page document that we sent back to council based on one of the previous meetings that we had where all of you asked a whole lot of different questions, so we put it all together. I think it's in that document.
I'll use Control F to find it.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Spears. You're next.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate all the hard work you've put into it. This is very simple for me. I asked for some things in January. I still have a lot of questions. I've been out to all my constituents over and over and over. They're not ready. I'm not ready. So I'm going to vote with my constituents, and if we delay, then that may give us time to better help my constituents understand the urgency and need. I do believe we need to make some improvements, but I just have to represent my constituents here. So thank you.
Councilmember Kaur.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak. The Brain to Drain tour was super helpful when I got a chance to go. Thank you guys for the team for helping me set that up. And the video start is awesome. It has this really cool picture of how SAWS was created, and the entire message of that video to our residents is, residents, you own SAWS. You are the owners, you are the ratepayers, you get to tell us exactly what and how to do. And our residents elect us to be in this position as the owners of SAWS to do the due diligence that's necessary to make sure every rate increase that goes through has all of the operational concerns that we are facing that are addressed. I 100% agree that you all need these funds for these infrastructure improvements. District 1 is not known for infrastructure challenges for absolutely no reason. And at the same time, it is it's our responsibility and what we were elected to do our due diligence to make sure that we have dotted our I's and crossed our T's when we are putting more taxpayers to increase their rates for what they're paying for SAWS. So that being said, there was this notion that if we don't or ask for a delay for this, that we don't appreciate what the board has done. I hope the board does not take that at least from my perspective. I am so grateful for the hours that you all put in and serving in that capacity. It is not your full-time job, even though today and all of the other days that you spend doing diligence has been. This is, for most of us, our full-time job. So we do have the benefit of being able to spend more time actually going through and figuring out what our constituents are saying. And just as Mr. Puente said, our constituents call us. So last week I mentioned I had 3 big concerns. One was on construction, uplift, and impact fees. So I went through all of the cases that our constituents have called us about, 103 cases over the last couple of years around SAWS issues. Here are some of the ones that I got on construction. Lavaca Street. SAWS dug up the street and left it open for weeks. Melba Drive. SAWS came to address a water leak in the alley that left a huge pile of dirt. West Mistletoe, a sewer line replaced, and there's already cracking and drainage issues with the driveways several months later. Marshall Street, dug into the street to repair the water line and patch the hole and never laid out asphalt. Crown Hill Park, asked for a street sweeping because of the mess that SAWS was left. One of the things that I requested is we all have room to grow, and Public Works and the Capital Delivery Department will tell you that we push them just as hard. What I'm asking for is what is the percentage of projects over the last 3 years that have had to go back and been redone because of constituent complaint, and what is the metric that you want to decrease that by in this next 4 years? Water leaks. Parkland, meter's been leaking for a week and no repair. McCullough, raw sewage leaking for a week that hasn't been addressed. Joyce Street, that says they have a recurring leak for over 3 months and hasn't been addressed. Blanco and Weisach, called SAWS, but it's in a week, not resolved. Northampton, water leak, yet to take action. Dawnridge reported a leak 4 times to SAWS before addressed. What is the average number of days that it should take for a leak to be addressed? What is the target for what we want to reduce that the amount of days by? From communications perspective when it comes to construction, East Park, SAWS cut out water without notice on Thanksgiving Day. Gray Oak Drive, water was turned off multiple times over the past few months, and they get 5 to 10 minutes of notice for an outage. They were requesting 12 hours. Vance Jackson, an active project in front of a business and wasn't notified. What are the communication standards for every project that we want to hold ourselves to? And how can we mirror those same communication standards across all of the utilities? Because we say this multiple times. When you walk out onto that street, you're not trying to look at the sign or there's no tag on a construction equipment that says this is a SAWS project, this is a Public Works project, this is a CPS project. All they see is construction. And so we have to get aligned and we have to be better on our construction projects. These represent real operational challenges that need to be addressed, and this doesn't take into consideration big bond projects that Mr. Puente, you mentioned. We've had some major issues with some big bond projects, some of which we still haven't even reconciled. But at the same time, one of the requests that we had made is what subsurface utility engineering is being done on even not bond projects. I understand that MOU applies just to the bond. What else are you requiring your contractors to do on water mainline projects so that we can better understand what level of diligence is done in the design phase on y'all's end as well? And so a briefing for that has been requested. Aside from this, I mentioned that one of my biggest concerns is the Uplift program because, as was shared, the Uplift program helps our most vulnerable that will actually be hit by this. At the end of the day, most of us will be able to bear this and deserve. Councilman Castillo mentioned this is a public health issue, and we have to fight for this. But at the same time, we have to make sure our most vulnerable are not affected. What hurt me the most was knowing that the last time you guys presented a SAWS rate increase, we went from 100 to 125% for eligibility on AMI for on the poverty level for uplift. So I expected those numbers to increase significantly, and yet they haven't. They actually decreased, and that broke my heart, because that means we are leaving folks that need the help out there without getting them the support that they need. So in the letter, you presented the pilot program, which I'm excited about and yet a little nervous, because what if we get someone on the pilot program, they adjust their water bill for 6 months, they're not able to provide documentation, and then we cut them off, and now they're having to increase their rates again, and they've only budgeted for so much. So I'm curious to see how we can explore that pilot program, but we'll like to riff off what that looks like so we don't unintentionally affect people in a negative way. I'd also like to see what the target enrollment is at the end of this, whatever term that you come to for us for the next 2 years. So by end of fiscal year 28, we are going to get, right now we're at 10% enrollment for uplift of eligible customers based on the census. By end of fiscal year 2028, we're going to be at 20% enrollment. Set a target and let us hold you guys accountable to that target based on what you know your outreach team can do. And then the last thing we talked about is developer impact fees, because one of the biggest issues that we just discussed in the trial budget earlier was affordable housing. We have to figure out together, and I know Jillian just mentioned, in partnership with our Capital Advisory Committee, we need to figure out how do we better address impact fees. Because yes, it was mentioned that some of the outer areas pay a little bit more for those. When you look at and break it down, I asked you guys to give me a breakdown of what the difference would be for a 20-unit complex versus a 70-unit complex versus one home. And because of the way water lines work and the way the impact fees are set up, it doesn't proportionally change. So a project that's 20 units, whole budget is so small, is so much smaller than one that's larger. We have to figure out a way to say, we're going to decrease your impact fees because we know we want you to make your your 20-unit complex affordable. So all of that to say, and I know you guys said that you would look at that and make a plan for it. And it has been commented that we're not going to get any of that in the next 3 months. Those are all long-term things. But I think what you guys can do is set real targets for us and give us real timelines. So by the end of this year, we'll have a timeline for when you could see a new impact fee in place. By the end of 3 months, you should at least get a target for some of the metrics that we sent. So I guess what I'm looking for is targets, metrics, and timeline to be able to come back and say, you all have a plan to address some of these issues that have come up time and time again. So I want to thank all of you guys. I know this has been a gruesome several months, and I hope you hear that my concern and wanting a delay is coming from a place of I am so glad we have a municipally owned water utility, and I want us to be the #1 in the nation, and that means sometimes we have to take a little bit of time to get things right, put things in place so we all feel the confidence, and so that most importantly, our residents, your owners, feel the confidence that we are doing the absolute right thing. So I hope you understand that that is where I'm coming from. And lastly, I'd just like to say we are all colleagues up here. We all got elected to do this work. We may not all always agree, but I would ask us to respect each other to the best of our abilities and know that we are all trying to do the right thing and not interrogate any of us as we are here on the dais. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilman White.
Thanks, Mayor. To me, today there's one central question, and it's whether we're going to keep doing business as usual or not. Last year, I asked for an independent third-party efficiency audit of SAWS. I was told it was going to happen. In 2023, CPS did it. The Daymark company is the one that took it on. Many of us have reviewed it. And since that time, while CPS certainly not perfect, I think we would all agree that the strides that have been taken by that utility have moved it in a positive, forward-looking direction. I believe SAWS, while I understand there's been internal audits done and internal metrics used, it is my position that an independent third party needs to review what's going on there. So just like CPS with CEO Rudy Garza could implement all of the recommendations, and he really has gone about implementing the recommendations of the Daymart Group, SAWS needs to do the same. The issues with SAWS are widely known. Billions of gallons of water being lost every year. It's water that then SAWS can't sell, and it's water, frankly, that also is damaging our streets and costing our city money. We've had issues with SAWS in the development community. We've had the disconnection issues, battles with council, lack of accountability on joint projects. You know, that MOU that was referenced earlier really was a result of what we felt was a lack of accountability on SAWS, on the joint city SAWS projects taking place around the city. And it took what, 9 months, I think, to get a simple MOU in place. And a lot of that resulted from that Municipal Utilities Committee meeting, Robert, that I know you remember, where we had that back and forth, where when you took the podium, you essentially said that day that on all joint CPS, when all joint SAWS and city projects, when delays were caused, you pointed the finger at the city. And Ben Gorzel was there and had to jump in at that moment, and we had a back and forth on it. And what my point was that day is it doesn't matter if it's the city or if it's the SAWS. The citizens in San Antonio just see one city government. And they don't care why the delays are happening. They just care that they can't get out of their driveways because the work is dragging on and on and on outside of their homes. But I appreciated you and I sitting down after that and talking through it, because I think on that day, what we realized is we both want the same thing. And from there, I think, and I want to say publicly, you have always been available and accessible to me, and any issue that I've called you with, you've tried to fix. And I greatly appreciate that, and I greatly appreciate that after that MUC meeting, there was a lot of collaboration between the city and SAWS to get that MOU in place. But today we stand, I believe, at a crossroads. Again, it's business or usual, or actually get the change from this utility that we need. And I do have some good news. I believe that the board that is in place at SAWS at this point is committed to making change happen within that utility. I've gotten to know the chair over the past 6-7 months. I knew she was widely respected before, but getting to work with her and talk with her about these issues has shown me that she is a first-rate professional, and SAWS is lucky to have her as the chair. The councilwoman, Dr. Rocha, who I was lucky enough to get to serve with, you being there, along with Greg Mann, Ed, and then some of the others that I don't know, but I just only know by reputation. I believe the SAWS board is in a really good position to demand change and to move the utility in a positive direction. I also believe that our business community is finally getting, I guess, up to speed on the issues that City Council has known exists with SAWS or has existed for quite some time. These letters of support that all of us have been receiving over the past few weeks are very, very different than the letters of support Council is used to receiving in the past when one of our utilities has requested a rate hike. If you look at each one of them, I think they all talk about accountability. They all talk about transparency. Rather than just the 3 or 4 sentences saying we need to invest in the utility for San Antonio's future, please approve the rate hike. Rather than that, we have multiple page letters that address business community concerns with SAW's operations. And I think that's extremely, extremely telling. And so with a good board in place and with the business community now actively apprised of what's going on at SAWS, and with a council that I know is determined to have a well-run, positive utility that benefits the citizens of San Antonio, I think we're going to get there. But as for this particular rate request, I don't believe the evidence is there that today should make any council member feel confident that the numbers have been crunched as they should have, that the money SAWS has spent in the past has been wisely spent, or that the revenue generated by a potential rate increase will be wisely spent in the future. If this rate hike were to pass, you're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of $200 additional a year per family that they would be spending on their water bill. That's a lot of money to the average San Antonio family. And you know, in the last couple weeks, I've had friends in the greater San Antonio community say, well, Mark, I don't understand. What's the big deal? You know, it's a few dollars. What's really going wrong? I mean, there are only 11 people on this planet that are tasked with the responsibility to monitor this utility and make sure that it's doing right by its citizens. We are the ones that are going to the neighborhood meetings, that are hearing the stories of people literally not being able to get out of their driveway into their street because it's been torn up again, or that water is flowing down their street and they're worried about their kids playing in it. We hear these stories every week. And that's why we are in the best position to make this decision today. And while I'm not going to support it, my hope is that in October, or if you choose to delay and come back in January, like somebody mentioned may happen, whenever it is that you come back, I'm ready to have the conversation again with a clearer plan, with defined metrics and goals on some of the issues that my colleagues have raised. We all want the same thing. And I know we're all willing to work together to get it. But today, I do not believe this council has enough evidence or should feel confident enough to support this particular rate request. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Sir,
Mayor,
go ahead, please.
Just to clarify again, to the extent that council members are asking for plans and metrics, that would be something, again, that the SAWS board would need to consider working with SAWS leadership in terms of developing those if they choose to do so. So again, it's not something that the council would approve, or it's something that the SAWS as an independent organization would have to come up with.
Thank you, Andy, for that. Jeff, do you have a second? Jeff is our public utilities analyst. Jeff, remind us how long you've been doing this?
25 years.
25 years, okay. And you crunched the numbers and validated, checked the homework of SAW, is that right?
A good team as well, yes.
Okay. And are you confident with your number crunching ability and your 25 years of experience as a public utilities analyst that what has been brought forth, one, makes sense and is adequate to the work that is being requested?
I think it's reasonable and accurate, absolutely.
Great. Thank you for your expert advice. Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez.
Thank you. Just some clarifying questions. I don't know if this is for Andy. The delay that's being asked for, or if this is for my colleagues to answer, there's a list that is being talked about. I am not supportive of the delay because folks keep referring back to a list and specific items that they've dealt with in their district. So if there is a list, can there be a list? Should those items be looked at by everybody on council? And that's, I guess, what I'm kind of, in the sake of transparency, and the colleagues who have brought up issues, is a list something that was shared with everybody? When? How?
Well, if I can address what I understand, Councilwoman, is that there was a list developed by some council members that was just a list of issues that they felt had wanted to talk to and have addressed through interaction with SAWS. So again, the key was that it wasn't a list of anything that had to be required or was contingent on them voting one way or another. It was a list of issues that they wanted to discuss or address as the whole council was considering this rate adjustment.
And what did the list entail?
Well,
specific?
That one I would ask, your colleagues in terms of the issue you bring up in terms of information they're sharing in that's really a question more for your colleagues.
Can I ask any of my colleagues that have brought up a list you'll send it to me right now?
Well, in the interest of transparency, if I'd ask, if we're talking about delaying this and it's based on a list that not everybody has seen, I'd ask you to go through your list right now, please. And I'd like to understand also who are part of the group.
I will let my council colleagues self-identify. I asked for anybody that I was working on, what are some of the issues I'd faced. So I'd asked if anybody who was speaking to me, I asked them, I can incorporate it in, but I'll go through and read it all. Okay, SAWS project construction, communication and timely completion. Problem, SAWS has repeatedly failed to coordinate with Public Works and Capital Delivery on concurrent projects, begun new construction without adequate notice to residents, and delivered projects late and over budget. This includes not providing construction updates to online map systems and informing our council offices about delays. Request, a 3-year project review with a concrete plan including measurable targets for improving on-time and on-budget delivery and a defined protocol for coordinating with city departments and notifying effective residents for all projects. Accurate identification of subsurface infrastructure. Problem, outdated infrastructure records are causing avoidable delays when streets are already open. This is an operational failure that compounds construction fatigue and erodes public trust in city government. Request, a briefing on current and planned use of subsurface utility engineering with specific steps to ensure infrastructure is accurately documented before construction begins. Post-construction street quality. SAWS repaired pavement consistently deteriorates faster than surrounding roadway, leaving streets in worse condition than before. Partial repairs create hazardous seams. Additionally, not every project requires curb-to-curb reconstruction, but partial repairs can negatively impact the roadway. Request, a plan that establishes clear street restoration standards requiring Public Works approval, tracks projects requiring full reconstruction, and ensures completed work meets street standards.
Colleagues, please.
Would it be easier if we got a printout?
I'm happy to.
Can one of the team members do a printout?
I can keep going. That was the first bucket.
I guess what I'm curious is if there is a delay, what are the action items?
So I put
that
those
we're
in,
looking.
so
well,
each one has a request. So it's
right, but we're basing.
If I can interject,
but are we basing the vote on fulfilling that request,
no,
or so?
The short answer, Councilwoman, again, is no. That the vote cannot be contingent on any action that will or will not be taken by SAWS. Again, this was viewed to me as simply a list of issues they wanted to have discussed. So the answer to your question is no. There's no tying of this list to any vote. There cannot be any tying.
Right?
It could be a request of issues you want to discuss and have SAWS address.
And to the earlier question, Councilwoman Kaur asked for people to self-identify. I was pushing, obviously I've been pushing for water leaks for years now. We talked about the 430 Woodlawn Lakes loss of water. You know, we talked about in 2023, we essentially lost what we get from Vista Ridge in water leaks on our streets. We've also talked about how these water leaks not only are a scarce resource running down our streets, but it's also messing up our streets that I mentioned earlier. The city pays really good money for. I also added about the construction, how SAWS leaves our streets in disrepair. It impacts residents. And then finally, one of the items on the list was audit.
Anyone else
Mayor,
want to
I'll
self-identify?
Yes,
Yep.
I'll also add, I've talked to the councilwoman about the issues that I presented. We have had conversations about that. I probably told everybody up here my concerns that are incorporated into that list also. Thank you.
And I'll just say as well, nobody's voting because of any list. My understanding, these are just issues that the councilwoman and a couple people had and wanted to relay to SAWS to get addressed at some point in the future. But we're not voting because of a list or no list or whatever. We're voting on the issue of whether or not it's appropriate to give a rate hike at this point in time.
Asking what the action item is, because they have been brought up to get to a delay. So I'm just asking, what is the plan between now, if there is a delay, to whatever date is being discussed when we come back? Or
Can I real quick? Just so we've all laid out questions and concerns and comments and feedback as it relates to rate increases, not just this one, but prior ones with CPS even. And what I understand about Councilmember Kaur is that she is a convener of sorts. And I think she genuinely wants to support this rate increase and wants to see it pass. And what I interpret from all of this is that she said, hey, I've heard council members bring up all of these concerns. These are the concerns I've heard of my constituents. I'm going to draft a list, and I want to make it as easy as possible for SAWS to understand what is it that my council colleagues are saying, especially the ones who are leaning no or are saying no. And so I saw the list this morning, and I agree with a lot of it. It's not my vote is not contingent upon you addressing and solving all of it, but I think that what I imagine you want is feedback from any of us who are considering voting no or leaning yes is, hey, what is it that you want to see of SAWS? What is it about our vision, our leadership, our plan? What is it that y'all want to see as a body that owns SAWS? And so I think that's the spirit of the list. I don't think anybody's vote is contingent upon it, and I want to clarify that. I also don't know that many people were contributors to the list outside of what was said indirectly. But thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, I'd like to call the question to the current motion.
Second.
There's a call to question, which would end debate on the motion to continue this item to October.
I guess you don't have to do F4, F2, whatever. It's not in there, but he has the answer.
I was talking to your staff. We don't have the information, the question you asked. We're trying to research it, but I was just talking to Frankie from your staff, so we're going to work to try to find exactly what you were asking. But from the information we have, approximately 57% of your district would fall within that 125 of poverty. So we would work with you and your staff to then better identify what's going to be the penetration rate, and then how many people do we expect to then sign up on the uplift at 125, and then if, however this vote goes, to 150. So we'll work with your staff to identify the exact question, and then we'll try to get that detail for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Gavino. There's a motion and second to continue the item to call the question, thank you, which would end debate on this item I understand there's some other folks that have flagged they still had comments on this. Let me just say that, for example, Councilwoman Castillo and others that may still want to speak on this item, but it's been called to question. So on that, 2/3 are needed to pass. So a vote yes ends debate. Okay, please vote. Sure. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, so we are going to now go back to the motion that was made to continue the item to October, upon which we can still discuss. None at all. Okay, thank you. All right, so we are going to now vote on the motion to continue this item to October. Please vote. The motion carries. Sorry? Do we? I don't think we do. The time is now 3:37 p.m. on, excuse me. No, we're going to exec. The time is now 3:37 p.m. on Thursday, June 18th, 2026. The City Council of the City of San Antonio will now meet in executive session to consult with the City Attorney's Office pursuant to Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code and to deliberate or discuss the following items: economic development negotiations pursuant to Section 551.087, the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property pursuant to Section 551.072, and legal issues related to litigation involving the city, emergency preparedness, and collective bargaining, all pursuant to Section 551.071.